Hello, everyone. Good morning to all our professors present here. Good morning to my distinguished colleagues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Relax, this is not a scientific presentation. This is just a poem. And since we have a full day, we try to make this interesting so that you can have enough strength for the program of the day. Okay, I'm just here to perform a presentation, a story I wrote. Is a poem about climate change effects, impacts and projections on the regions of Africa. And yes, quite a lot of researchers and experts have written quite a lot of things on climate change in Africa, but I tell you, no one tells the story better than the people of Africa, than the people that are experiencing it. So relax, and I wish you a happy listening. So the title of the poem is The Africa Climate Story. The change is now. My name is Tosin Samuel Afeniforo. Oh dear Africa, the home of the natural world, home to the second largest rainforest in the world, the Congo Basin rainforest, home to the world's largest tropical lake and world's second largest freshwater Lake Victoria, home to animals like elephants, buffaloes, gorillas, and important sea animals. Oh dear Africa. Men said a long time inherited forests are gradually disappearing. They said the forest cover is on a steady decline. They said climate change is causing the lakes to shrink and dry faster. They said more people will lose their livelihoods as the lakes continue to dry up. The native animals are losing their habitats. Many going into extinction. Oh, Mother Africa, save us! Save us! Save us! Dear Africa, men said many African children may migrate and wander as strangers in a strange land. 2.6 million people displaced in sub-Saharan Africa due to climate-related shocks in 2021. They predict up to 85.7 million migrants in sub-Saharan Africa by 2050. They said about 30.5 million children across the Sahel could go down into poverty due to climate change-related shocks by 2050. They said droughts may force 3.5 million children out of school in the Horn of Africa. Mother Africa, save us! Save us! Save us! Dear Africa, the critics laugh it up. The political and business allies deny and discard all the evidence of the flood, the drought, the displacement, the climate violence, the poverty, the agony of the less privileged. To the great inhabitants of Africa, I take this moment to apologize to you. We draw the line here. We are ready to take the bull by the horns. Dear Africa, do not panic. Do not cry. No one is losing their fatherland. No one is losing their homes to flood. No one is going to become a climate refuge in a strange land, or should I say, no one else. The young men and women say, do not be perturbed. We are taking our place as the leaders of tomorrow, or better to say, leaders of today, because now is our time. Everyone deserves to live in a better world. We will therefore fight to save our future. We will restore our land, restore our pride, and protect our posterity. We may not know how long, but surely we shall sing the song of victory, and we will once again experience the rich Africa natural world. This is the voice of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Tosin Afeni, for our PhD candidate 37th cycle. Welcome. Good morning to everybody. Today is a very joyful day. We wanted to give a very warm welcome to the PhD candidates of the 38th cycle, and we thought that the best way was to give them a scientific welcome. That's why we organized this day. And let me, first of all, thank all the people that made this day possible. First of all, our guest speakers, Anna Pirani, Valentina De Marchi, Patrizia Lombardi, Carlo Papa, and Enrico Giovannini. We will introduce them later on. I also want to thank all the organizers of this event, Elisa Giuliani, Roberto Buizza, Marco Gaetani, Sandro Montresor, and all the organizing group, and of course, Marcello Arosio, who is also helping with all these technical mechanisms behind the scenes. And of course, let me also thank the SDC staff, Chiara Mussi, Fabio Negri, Virginia Borasi, and Giovanna Spinelli. And of course, I really thank all the colleagues that come from different universities in Italy, different parts of these beautiful countries, and Carlo Papa, a representative of the Enel Foundation, our knowledge partner, together with the other 26 institutions, public and private institutions, that are contributing to our PhD. And last but not least, let me thank the PhD candidates, the 37th and 38th cycle PhD candidates. We wish you to have a wonderful and successful PhD. I will start just with a very brief introduction of our PhD, starting from a very short story about the PhD in Italy. I don't know if all of you have an idea of the evolution of the PhD and how we came here in 2023 to celebrate the second cycle of this national PhD. The first law about the PhD in Italy was in 1980, and before that there was not a PhD course. And the first cycle of the PhD took 5 years later, in 1984. And by the way, that was also the year when our rector, Riccardo Pietrabissa, enrolled in the first cycle of the PhD. In the 1998, before that, the PhD was recognized as a title just for the academic career. But in 1998, in a law, it was stated that PhD was recognized as a title, the highest academic title, that was not just for academia, but also for the public administration and for the private sector. In 2013, we had the first big regulation about the PhD, and in that law, it was also introduced the what we call the accreditation system, a system to guarantee the quality of the PhD. And just 2 years ago, in 2021, there was a reform, a new regulation, and for the first time was introduced this new model of a PhD that has been called of national interest, And now, in 2023, we are celebrating the second cycle of this, the second edition, we can call, of this PhD. That's why we count since 1984 the cycles, and we are at the 38th cycle of the PhD. The idea of the PhD, as you all know, is of some years ago, in 2019, together with Roberto Buizza, Patrizia Lombardi, Franco Flandoli, Fulvio Esposito, Stefano Laporta, we started to design together a PhD that should have been on different disciplines, across disciplines. And we came out with this PhD with 6 different curricula. Earth and System and Environment, Socioeconomic and Risk and Impact, Technology and Territory, Theories, Institutions and Cultures, Agriculture and Forestry, Health and Ecosystems. But we faced, and we are still facing, 3 important challenges. The first challenge is a scientific challenge. It's a scientific challenge, and if I have to say, the challenge is in that word, "and." Because, as you know, the title of our PhD is Sustainable Development and Climate Change. And that "and" means that for us is just one topic. Understanding the mechanism behind the change of the climate, understanding the factors affecting them will help us to propose new sustainable development models for our planet. Just in conjunction between these 2 important challenges, there is the scientific challenge to work together from different fields. The second challenge is an academic challenge, is more on the academic world. In the academic world, as you know, we are all organized in disciplines, we are all organized in different departments. We basically organize science divided in silos. But unfortunately, the world doesn't work like that. The world needs to work in connections, in networks. And for this reason, the research we want to do, we want to perform in our PhD is across the disciplines. Disciplines are just tools for making good research. And the third challenge is an institutional challenge, because, as I show you, there was a law, very recent, just 2 years ago in 2021, but now we need to settle, to adjust all the systems, starting from the database, the rules, the procedures, the administration that has to accommodate this new model of a PhD. And also, if you read the law, there are just 2 important ingredients to make a PhD. One is that the dimension of this PhD, minimum 5 partners, minimum 30 scholarships, and the other on the topic that has to be strategic for our country. That's why it is called of national interest. And this is also a challenge for our institutions, because collaborating among partners, collaborating among universities, collaborating with the ministry to have a collaboration to effort to tackle a strategic topic is really, really, really tough. Some numbers about our PhD. This is the second year. The first year we were 30 partner universities. Now we are 52. There were 150 professors and researchers, supervisors and co-supervisors of our PhD. Now we are 270. We had approximately 100 PhD candidates, and now, thanks to the new candidates, we are 230. We had 3 public institutions contributing to our PhD, and now they are 16. We had 1 private institution at the beginning, and now they are 10. So this evolution is quite impressive, we need to probably look a little bit with attention how we want to design our network. The network is very large, and the energy in coordinating all different parts is really high. So we need to find a balance. For this reason, probably in 2024, we will grow, not too much. Probably from 52, we will be 55 university, or around 50, let's say. We will, of course, have new professors and researchers joining us. We will have the new PhD candidates of the new cycle, and in this way, we will reach the regime. So every year, we will probably have 350, 400 students. We want to have more public and private institutions involved in this program, and probably we will reach approximately 25 public and 20 private institutions. Fundings. So where this money comes from. And this is also a very, I discover myself that is a quite important job to collect money. Most of the, 95% of the money is just to pay scholarships, to pay research budgets. And this is the evolution of our budget. First year, 8.7 million, second year, 17.6 million. And the interesting thing is that, of course, we had a very, very first contribution from the ministry. Approximately 40% of our budget is from the Ministry of University and Research. Approximately 30% the funds comes from the PNRR, our next generation EU funds, and approximately 25%, one quarter, from university budgets. The remaining part, approximately 10% now, is from private and public institutions. And we think that this is the most important, probably, slide that we need to improve and increase in the next years. But there is not just our national PhD. This year, with the new law, 23 new national PhD courses have been started. In this slide, you can see them both in terms of number of partners and number of scholarships. Our PhD so far is the largest one, but you can see there are many, many topics about technology, about environmental, about biology. We have on artificial intelligence, public institutions, administration, and so on. In total, the national PhD count 1,035 students, which for this cycle are 15% of the total student of the PhD courses in Italy. As you know, our PhD is organized in different curricula. We have different levels to organize our activities, but the two pillars that we try to actually feed are training. We do events like these, events in the curricula, focus and disciplinary courses, and the other pillar, of course, is research. Organizing the PhD in this way was not easy, and it's not easy also to manage such a large PhD. Just to give you an idea of the governance behind this PhD, we have a coordination committee, and we have an international advisory board which help and support the coordination committee, and of course we have all the professors and researchers, supervisors, co-supervisors, referent person of the different scholarships which they are in the scientific board. We have actually an assembly of all the professors and researchers of the PhD. Just to present our coordination committee, of course, besides me, there's Roberto Buizza, the real inventor of this model of doing a PhD. He will talk in a minute. Claudia Lupi, coordinator of curriculum number 1. Elisa Giuliani, coordinator of curriculum 2. Alberto Poggio, curriculum 3. Alberto Pirni, curriculum 4, Cristina Nali, curriculum number 5, and Denis Sanigiannis, coordinator, curriculum number 6. Okay, so my short presentation finished here. I want just to give you an idea of how this day is organized. We have this beautiful theater hosting us because we grew so much, so there are so many people that we could not actually host all of you in our small university. And we will have 3 blocks. The first block is a block of greeting and talks from founders and promoters of the PhD to give you welcome. The second is a set of seminars and a roundtable about an important topic, an important challenge of all the world is net zero. And after lunch, we will have 2 Oxford-style debates, an interesting way and quite dynamic way to discuss about quite important topics, scientific topics, with 2 different perspectives in comparison. Okay, thank you very much. Now I then like to start with the first talk. First of all, let me see if there's Riccardo Pietrabissa, our rector. I don't see in the room. He will. Riccardo. Okay, Riccardo can come to give you a first reading. Riccardo, please.
Ciao. No, just very, very few words. I'm here to welcome all the new PhD candidates, the PhD students. And the second, I'm here to thank every one of you that are here, because I think that a human being, the specific characteristic, the characteristic to dream, to be able to dream. And to dream means to have something that create emotion and that help in design the future perspective. And my dream in my professional life was to put together people in order to be able to face the great challenges of this world. And to do this with a PhD course like this one, that is very extraordinary for topics, for participation, for their dimension, is something that realized one of my dreams in my professional life. So I want to thank everyone that helped me in this story of, let me say, of success, and to give me the opportunity to open the eyes and see that the dream happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Riccardo. Thank you, Riccardo. And now I call on the stage Roberto Buizza. Now he's a scientific attaché at the Italian Embassy in London, but he's also professor at the Advanced School of Sant'Anna in Pisa, and as I said, he is the real guild person for this PhD because he's the inventor of this new format. So the floor is yours, Roberto.
Thank you. It's great to see you all here. It's fantastic to have so many brains wanting to engage with a very difficult challenge that we have to face, which is sustainability and climate change, a full transformation of society. So my brief talk will be about 2 types of tipping points. The first one, I would call them negative tipping points, which is what we are facing with the climate of the Earth. Because of our actions, we are getting closer to them. But the second point that I want to raise are the positive tipping points. And one of them is us, I think, the fact that we managed to start something that has so much brain power and commitment. But there are other positive tipping points happening that has been happening in the last few years that really indicate that we will succeed in addressing the challenges if we just give it a little bit of another push. So let me remind you where we are, okay? The globe keeps warming, and compared to the pre-industrial time, we are about 1.2 degrees warmer. The globe has never warmed so fast in such a short time period. If we look at the records of the past, of the climate of the past few 100,000 years, we have good methodologies and data that suggest to us that really a change of a warming, a global warming, a warming of the whole globe of about 1 degree on average over 100 years, and even more on some regions has never happened before. And unfortunately, what we also know is happening is that the last 8 years have been the warmest years on record. When I talk about on record, I mean compared to years for which we have a very good data set built using observations and model, which I show you here in this graph. This is a reconstruction of a global average temperature anomaly built using reanalysis. Reanalysis are databases reconstructed by merging all the available observations plus the models that we have. So reanalysis, because after the 1980s we had access to many satellite observations, this type of reconstruction are more accurate after 1980. We have reanalysis, so-called climate reanalysis, that goes back to 1900, for example. There is a data set that I helped reconstruct at the European Center while I was there. And there is another one built by NOAA in the US that goes back to 1870, so-called climate reanalysis that can be used to reconstruct the climate. But if we look at the last 40 years, as you can see here, the 8 past years have been the warmest. And this despite, you cannot see it here, but I highlighted with blue bars the periods when the Pacific was in the so-called La Nina events. So El Nino, La Nina are phenomena, coupled ocean-atmosphere phenomena with a very large scale that occurs in the Pacific. They induce changes globally of the circulation, and they impact also the global warming. So blue values means that the average temperature in the Pacific is below average, red is above average. When the red or the blue bars are beyond absolute number 1, so +1, -1, we say that we are in El Nino or La Nina conditions. Because this phenomenon is has such a large scale and impact, not just the temperature in the Pacific, but also the circulation in the extratropics globally, it clearly impacts also the global average temperature. So the last 8 years have been the warmest 8 years on record, despite the fact that we have been more or less in La Nina or quasi-La Nina conditions. And unfortunately, we are going to, this year is going to be a most likely El Nino year, a warm year. This is a forecast from the European Center seasonal prediction system. This spaghetti that you see are the predictions of a sea surface temperature over the Pacific issued on the 1st of January by the seasonal ensemble of the European Center. You see that in the past, the forecast of the European Center 6 months ago, and in dotted the observed state. So we have been in La Nina or close to La Nina conditions over the last 6 months. We are going towards El Nino, which means we expect this year to be a warm year and probably warmer than the last 8 that we have witnessed so far. So we are essentially getting closer to 1.5 degrees, and we keep warming. And unfortunately, the impact of this global warming is felt globally, and it's felt more by the countries who have less resources to adapt, by the countries that also have contributed less to the problem. This is a map of a climate risk index. German Watch is the reference that shows the countries that between 2009 and 2010 and 2019 had been affected by more damages and fatalities. As you can see, they are concentrated roughly in the tropical area and in countries that really, if you look at the emissions per capita of these countries, are lower than average and very close to the minimum. India has still emissions per capita of about 2 tons of CO2 per person per year. In Europe, you are around 6.5, China 7, USA 15, 18, just to give you an idea. So we keep emitting. We had this unfortunate, but in some way enlightening experiment in the past 2 years, COVID. COVID showed us that if we really managed to change, I mean, during COVID, we had to stop transport and industrial activity for 1 or 2 months. And we immediately saw the impact of this on pollution, on health, and also on CO2 emissions. So we know that emissions goes up, and this was a real-time experiment that really indicated that if we want to reduce emissions, we need either to stop activity, we don't want that, but we need to transform the human activities. We need to transform transport, we need to transport the way we construct, we build products, we generate electricity, and everything. But unfortunately, after COVID, despite the call from scientists and everyone that we should restart in a different way, we restarted in the same way. Emissions went back last year to the level that we had in 2019, and emissions will be higher, will be still higher this year. These are 2 graphs from Mauna Loa Observatory of CO2 trends and methane trends of the past 40 years or so. What you see is the acceleration of emissions of methane linked to the fact that now we have been shifting a lot of electricity generation from coal and oil to gas. Unfortunately, methane is also a greenhouse gas, despite what lobbyists have been trying and have managed to do, which is to include gas as a green source of energy in the, as defined by the European Union. So this is really not the case. I mean, we can say that we need to use gas because we need to produce energy, but claiming that gas is a green source of energy is really wrong. Okay? And this brings me to the negative tipping points. We are getting warmer, we keep increasing the global emissions, which means we are getting closer to the time when some parts of the Earth system will really reach the tipping point. The Antarctic and the Arctic sea ice sheets are very close to that. The Amazon forest is very close to become a net source of CO2 instead of a sink, as it has been today. The monsoons in India and in Africa are changing in their characteristics, timing, and structure in such a way that we might see what we call a tipping point, which means a change in the system which is irreversible. Irreversible in the sense that even if we decide to reduce emissions and we manage to arrive to net zero, the changes that we are inducing in the next decades will remain with the system. This is a map of an extension of a ice sheet in the Arctic. 2022 was very close to the minimum recorded in 2012. The last years have seen very minimum values, and unfortunately we are getting lower and lower with the extension. If we get to a tipping point, what will happen, for example, for the Arctic is that the winter will not be cold enough to rebuild the ice sheet that has been melting in the summer. And why is that? Because if we melt too much sea, the sea is warmer, and even if winter is characterized by cold temperature, not enough ice will be formed again so that we can get to a similar extension of sea ice the year after. Okay? Now, we need to change, we need a transformation, and actually if we look at what has been happening in the past 20 years, these are data from the World Bank, it's a kilogram of CO2 emissions per unit of GDP production in some areas of the world. China, the average world, USA, Italy, France, Germany. Okay, I just put some of the countries here. What you see, I mean, these are countries and regions with rather similar GDP per person. No, we are all in this. I mean, apart for the world, but if you think about USA, Germany, Italy, France, no, we are all having a very good quality of life. But as you can see, the same type of GDP, say, is produced by very different amount of CO2 emissions. No? There are a factor of 2 to 3 differences between the emissions linked to GDP production in USA, France, or Italy. Why is that? Well, first of all is the way, for example, electricity is produced. France has 70% produced by nuclear power stations, for example. Second point is the type of economies of a country. So some countries manufacture more goods than others. Some countries are more into services, financial services. I'm thinking about UK, for example, than others like Germany. But there is a striking difference already, which means that really transforming the way we generate electricity, we generate products, we generate wealth, is already possible. So it's not that people who are asking for a transformation are really asking for something impossible. It's something that we can really implement already now. It just needs to rethink how we produce, how we run businesses, how we making them more efficient, redesign them. And this brings me to the positive tipping point. There is this very interesting report by Systemic, which is a consulting firm based in the UK, where we talk about 3 tipping points that has been happening in the past few years regarding the electrification of transport, regarding the production of ammonia used as fertilizer, using green hydrogen, and the production of plant-based proteins. Okay. What has been happening in the past few years is that, especially if you think about the electrification of transport, is that because we have managed to increase demand, the cost of production of batteries has gone down by a factor of 10, and the cost and the way we produce energy has changed dramatically. Now there are more investments in new generation based on photovoltaic and wind farms than on conventional energy. So we have, in some way, in that area, reached a tipping point. No? And we think that as demand increases, prices will keep going down, and so we will reach to a point where there will be no financial institution prepared to finance new power plants based on coal, oil, or even gas. Okay, the report talks about these other 2 areas where the tipping point hasn't yet been reached, but they're claiming that if we manage to reach tipping points also in these 2 areas, we will in some way manage to control climate change. First one is in the production of fertilizers for agriculture. It's linked to green Hydrogen, I want to underscore green. It's not hydrogen produced using methane, as a lot of people are trying to push, but it's hydrogen produced using electrolysis, where the energy needed to produce hydrogen comes from green sources of energy. If we manage to do that and we produce also ammonia in green ammonia, then we can also have an impact on and reduce the emissions linked to agriculture. And the third one is proteins. Now we know that farming produces a lot of greenhouse gases. No? Most of the greenhouse gases linked to farming are linked to animals. And so if we manage to reach a tipping point there where there is more demand on what is called plant-based proteins, then we can also there manage to address this other issue, which is emissions linked to agriculture. So this is really what I wanted to say about the scientific challenges that we are facing. I looked at the projects of all of you, and I tried to do this word clouds. And in fact, as you can see, you find a lot of words that I used in my talk in your project, which means that we are trying to help addressing these issues. And so I hope that we, as a PhD on sustainability and climate change, will contribute to generate a fourth tipping point that will lead to addressing the scientific challenges that we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you very much. And we thought that was really beautiful and nice to have here also some PhD candidates. I ask to Wilfredo Barrera, Giuliana Rottola, and Silvia Mazzotta to come here because they will give us an insight on the life of our PhD, their perspective. Wilfredo will talk about research aspects, Giuliana Rottola about the events, and Silvia Mazzotta will talk about communication. Wilfredo.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Wilfredo. I'm from CU5, 37th cycle. So today I'm going to talk about my experience in doing a PhD research, but I'm not really an expert in this, so what I will do is like to give you reminders and practical tips. So that's why there's a open and close parenthesis pro. So I don't think if this is right to put, but I hope that in the future will be some kind of pro researcher, okay? Okay, so just a brief background about me. So I came from the Philippines, and my host university is University of Florence. And the main topic of my research is about estimation of crop evapotranspiration using crop modeling and the remote sensing approaches. And I'm supervised by Professor Roberto Ferrese and Ana Dalla Marta. Okay? So we often view PhD as a straightforward or ladderized journey, starting from there and then to graduation. But all the PhD-related activities makes this journey more complicated. So in reality, the success in doing PhD research is a combination of personal and academic hurdles and obstacles. And most of the time, people view scientific success just like a tip of the iceberg. So given this, how do we navigate this journey? So in this case, I would like to highlight 4 points. First one is about setting a roadmap and creating an action plan. So there is no specific or perfect recipe for doing or becoming successful in a PhD research work. It's like an open cookbook where we can create our own recipe. So, but setting a roadmap, I know that on the first part of PhD, it's challenging. So setting a roadmap will somehow chart our progress. It can be used as an important tool to, let's say, look back of, let's say, what we did during the first year, second year, and third year of our PhD. And eventually, by creating an action plan, we can anticipate some hurdles or obstacles, and we can create solutions for that. So the idea is to make a plan, set a deadline, and then freak out. So I'm just joking. So the thing is execute the plan. So, but normally it doesn't work like that. So as I've said. So it's up to us now. Okay? So for the second point, it's about keeping the motivation alive. So anybody here who has 100% motivation? So maybe the 38 cycle has, but what about the 37 cycle? 50, 75? But what I'm saying is even 1% motivation is still motivation. Keep it and let us remind ourselves to keep moving. Okay? Point number 3, it's about collaboration and networking. So working with our colleagues in a multidisciplinary team is necessary for successful implementation of a research project. And we can do that by attending international or national conferences, forum, or basically by just conversing with our colleagues. So we are so lucky that this PhD program is a multidisciplinary program. So there are many disciplines that are converging, and we should maximize our time with this kind of activity because we have the chance to talk with each other. Okay? And lastly, let us remind ourselves that we are humans. PhD students need breaks, and let's say go to a bar and have a coffee, or let's say have a break, have a spritz maybe, because sometimes alcohol helps. So, and maybe great ideas will come out if we take some kind of alcohol. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. And then I would like to conclude this very short presentation by sharing you these pictures. While you guys are enjoying the summer, the beach, the mountains, my team members, my research mates, we are enjoying the agricultural landscape of Tuscany. So summer is the busiest time for us because we are doing this field work in Arezzo and Siena. So with that, I hope that collaboration and transdisciplinarity will prosper in this PhD program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wilfredo. Giuliana Rotola from curriculum number 4. Yes, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. So I'll be discussing the activities beyond the research activities, so all the events that we have been carrying out in this past year. So a little bit about myself. I'm part of the Curriculum 4, so Theories, Institutions, and Cultures. My supervisor is Professor Eduardo Chiti at Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies. And my field of research is space governance, lunar exploration, and the sustainable use of space resources. So we have been carrying out different kind of activities. You have seen the structure of our PhD. And the first kind of activities is the multidisciplinary events. So during the multidisciplinary events, we all meet together and we are able to exchange views between curricula, between people that have landed this PhD from different backgrounds, different stages of their careers and their studies. The first one in person, because we started our PhD during the pandemic times, was last year here in Pavia, and we were able to work together in an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary way. We have started by looking at the IPCC report. Each of us had different chapters to look at, and we formed different interdisciplinary groups where people from different curriculum were able to look at the report, summarize the key findings, and work together, exchange ideas, exchange their ways of doing research and addressing sustainable development and climate change. Of course, the PhD is not only about the research activities, but also about team building activities and trying to build together a better world. So we had last year visited the botanical garden. We had some yoga session in the morning to start relaxing together before starting our PhD activities. We had a wonderful flash mob. I think the video is somewhere online. I didn't have the time to show it today, but it was very fun. And of course, as Wilfredo mentioned, we also have spritz and drinks together and have fun, enjoy our time together. You will have probably a couple of days per year, or maybe a little bit more, all of you together, 150 people, and you will have to get the best of this experience, really learn from each other, not only from a research perspective, but also from a life perspective, understand how different people do research in different ways and how they live the PhD experience in different ways. We also have curricula events, so each of the curriculum at different meetings during the year. I probably will focus only on my CEU because this is what I've experienced last year. We had seasonal school at Sant'Anna. We had different meetings focusing on the sociological aspects of the PhD or the legal aspects of the PhD, the philosophical aspects of the PhD. So each of us have been learning how to address the research from different perspectives. One of the last experiences that we had was also organizing a session during a conference. We took a piece of art and addressed the analysis of this piece of art from different perspectives. I mean, I'm a space lawyer, so it was difficult to understand how to look at some art piece or a philosophy piece and understand how to express what my research is, how my research is connected to that. And it's very exciting because you learn a lot. And of course, there are also more events, not only MD or CU, but several more events. So last year there was the Earth Day. It was both online and in person. So as you can see from the program, there were also yoga sessions, presentation from different people, but also a cleanup day in Pisa where all the people have been collecting garbages around Pisa. You now have, I guess, about 2 months and a half to come up with some ideas for this year's Earth Day. Then there was also a delegation of people from our PhD that attended the 77th United Nations General Assembly Science Summit that was focusing on how science can support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So as you see, there are opportunities around the world where you can really see how your research can be helpful in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal and addressing the climate emergency. Now, I also have my experience, so you will be able to define what is your roadmap. Wilfredo said it very well. So you will be able to experience several things, and you have also lots of fundings to do so. I've been attending different conferences. I touched a piece of the moon at the NASA conference. I met astronauts. We had a presentation at the Italian Senate last year. So really try to be bold and create your experience, submit abstracts, go to conferences, meet people, even when it doesn't seem it's very relevant to your PhD, just try it, travel the world. You have the opportunity to do so thanks to the PhD, so do it, and good luck for this year.
Thank you, Giuliana. Thank you for sharing your experience. And now Silvia Mazzotta, from curriculum number 1, but also, I have to say, she represents here the communication group. The communication group is a group of PhD candidates working on the communication activities in our PhD, both internally and externally. And I want to thank, besides Silvia, also Marcello, Arosio, Sabel Shawa, Barbara Frigione, Elena Nalato, Federica Perazzotti, and Elena Secomandi. So Silvia, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Today we'll talk to you about the communication team. First of all, I introduce you who we are. Then I pass to the project that we have done this year and the future project for the next year. So let's start to who we are. We are 7 all-female PhD students that are always supported by Marcello Rosio and Mario Martina in all our work. Before to go ahead, I would like to introduce a little bit of myself. I am Silvia Mazzotta. As a background, I am a chemist. So my host university is Politecnico di Torino, and I work in developing materials for CO2 capture. So this is important because all of us in a communication team became a different background, and this is most important at this point. In fact, here I will show you the power of communication, because we think that the communication is very important for three different points of view. The communication helps us to facilitate innovation, but also if we use that the communication to create a network between us, we can talk about our research and so lead a good research for future. So 3 different points, as you can see in the slide. Now I will talk about our project. We will work on 3 different levels. We work on website, on the social media, and for events communication. Let's start with the website. As you all well know, we have a new website when we have all of our name as a PhD student. We can search the research, and now you can also search the professor, all of the news about our researcher, our research, and also just not for us as a student, but also about the project of our professor. As social media, we are working on 3 different levels. We shared our events, so as Juliana showed us before, we have CU events, MD events, and also sometimes like the Earth Day events that we shared online during and before the events. And also we shared our research activities, and this is interesting because we use the International Days to show how this interdisciplinary is our research. And the third line is the books. We propose a collection of books to push us into curiosity and to lead the interdisciplinary. And about the event communication, we help in the retro scene because sometimes we help to design the flyer or the program or something like that. But now, our key goals. We work on 5 different social media, and we have a new one. We have the Twitter. So if you search us on PhD_SDC, we have the new social media channel. But you can also use the other social media. We are all account works. And for future plan, for the future, we continue on social media, but we would like to to define a podcast channel. So if you would like to join us, you are more than welcome. And for now, we have a newsletter from CU6. But if you go on a website and you read, maybe you could join us and write a new letter. And for the next, and this is just for PhD students, we are working on a LinkedIn training for all of us. So if you would like to contact us, please contact us on the social media or maybe directly on Marcello email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Silvia. Thank you. And it was very nice to hear directly from their voice the activities in our PhD. And now I invite Patrizia Lombardi on the floor. She is full professor in decision making for sustainable development goals. And she is the president of REUS, RUS, the network of the universities, Italian University for Sustainability. And as I said before, Patrizia is one of the founders of our PhD together with a bunch of people. And I really thank her for being here and for support us always. Thank you, Patrizia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mario. I'm very, very enthusiastic to be here to share with you some of the highlights and what the role of universities. And you are a real solid example of what university can do for facing the great challenge that we have in front of us. And the challenge that we have in front of us is quite contradicting. We experience already a number of problems relating to climate change, to environmental pressure on one side, and on the other side, the speed of progress and technology innovation that sometimes highlight the possibility to save the world, but unfortunately it doesn't. And sometimes it provides as well some problem in terms of ethical aspect as well as social aspect, as we can see from the graphics, and Roberto Buizza already mentioned the strong correlation that still is between the richness and productivity, the GDP index, and the other index and measure like the material footprint, that is the environmental pressure, and the ecosystem problems, that is still correlated, too much correlated with this growth, and also correlated to the climate change, as Roberto mentioned already, on one hand, and on the other, the consequences that are from the social and economical perspective, as you can see from the Gini index that is increasing, and unfortunately, it doesn't stop at world level. So these are the contradictions, and according to Nobel Prize, Stiglitz already mentioned how the role that no-profit organizations, and particularly universities, should do to face and support the transition for making a better world for the present and for the future generation. Because we know that education, awareness, and assessment can, in a way, change the unsustainable trajectory that we have started since the Second Industrial Revolution, and that can support better policy achievement and regulation and formulation that are more sustainable based Well, education, starting from education, that is the first mission of universities. We are aware of the fact that in front of us, there are challenges that require new competencies and skills, thinking in a strategic way, in a systemic way, in relation to future competencies and future thinking, as well as value thinking, because we know that is clear. Well, jobs creation, job of the future are not the job that we are experiencing today. So we have to prepare future manager, future citizen to face this complexity and to be able to think and act in a sustainable way, but with different perspective also in the labor. And so the paradigm shift in university has started. We are not the kind of institution that is just providing graduates for the market, but we co-produce knowledge with all the other stakeholders, and we recognize that we need other stakeholders for creating this knowledge. So we are open. And we recognize as well that not only for innovation and research, but for supporting this societal challenge, we need to transform the way we work, and we in a way, are used to make education, research, and all the other aspects. And also European strategy has highlighted that we need to cooperate, to partnership with other stakeholders, to not only with the triple helix, collaborate with industry and government, but also with civil society in the frame of the environmental and natural limits that our planet is providing us. So what we recognize in the future generation. The National Restart and Resilience Plan and the Green Deal gave us the opportunity to apply this kind of model. Yesterday in the academic year kickoff, rector mentioned this idea of the ecosystem model that, and also the Ministry of University and Research, that has to be stable, is quite a different way of doing. We in our Italian university system experiencing the difficulties in managing all this, but is a way forward that is already started. And we have the Agenda 2030 that is providing us the appropriate framework for measuring our impact on society. On one side. On the other side, it is well known and recognized that without universities, it's quite impossible to achieve the target of Agenda 2030. And our missions that are not only education and research, but also engaging with society, that is external leadership with all the other stakeholder and policy formulation, and operation and governance, that means also be able to be model and laboratory for all the others in our greening activities inside the campus. So all of this provide input, but also thinking that nowadays, another Nobel Prize highlighted this important concept. The role of universities is to rethink the way society, science is providing relation and support to society. We have to rethink the way we organize our activities. And Pietra Bissa yesterday highlighted how this institution is working in this direction with the opportunity to be a high school in that. So it's also highlighting the fact that this PhD is an example in this direction. And if you see the graphs, it's quite interesting to see how is the increasing of publication, public publication, scientific publication in the field of achieving sustainable development goal. You see from research that we are moving in that direction. And I would say that the organization, the community of practice that the Italian Network of University for Sustainable Development started 2013 and now aggregating 84 universities working around 8 working groups. We have a new one, thanks also to the PNRR plan for dealing with this model of collaboration with industries and other stakeholders. Well, this network is moving into the direction that I was just mentioning. Some evidence starting from 2019 when we supported the Rector Pact for Sustainability. That was an important manifesto signed by all Conference of Rectors agreement toward the achievement of sustainable development in collaboration with all the local communities. And another evidence-based result is the increased number of sustainability offices inside universities. Here you can have some information regarding the fact that it is crucial to have this governance and operational organization inside our campuses, as well as to have sustainability in our statutory and in our agreement, as well as we have sustainable development future generation in the Constitution that yesterday Enrico Giovannini highlighted. Italian evidence of the fact that the network is working well is also the fact that in ranking, in the green matrix, I don't like ranking, but it's important to highlight, as Riccardo Pietra Bissa yesterday mentioned, we are moving in the direction that we are even inside the first 100. And also the agency, the external agency that is measuring the activities and the quality of university activities, well, has started to see also and to look also in the direction of what we are doing for society. Increasing capacity building with our working group, these are just examples of the fact that we want to decarbonize our campus as well as our local community cities, and the guidelines that have been presented for sustainability literacy that now a number of universities in our sample last year was 37, has already started to work in this direction because it's clear that we need to change our educational model. Thanks to all the collaboration and partners in this journey that is something that we learn in the way we are every day, but we cannot do it without them, without this partner. And finally, the important role played by networks for the negotiation at global level, for making fundings to those countries that require this new aligning and same line, the same dimension, the same situation with the other countries. So the battle for sustainability, we said, has to be won in cities, because in cities are the communities. Here we have some information regarding the fact that we need to assess, we need to work, we need to make the appropriate step toward the achievement of sustainable development, but we need also to change the way we make decisions, and we have to make decisions based on appropriate results, scientific results. Your community of students and faculty will help us in doing better this job. I think that was the wrong presentation, so I think I will stop here and just mentioning that with city and region supporting the university in this transition, we built also sub-network for being more close to communities. We changed the word, we want to change this word toward a better future, and the future is with us. We have in our hand, especially you have in your hand the future, but together you can work for a better future, thanks also to the organization of this PhD. Thank you, Mario, and enjoy your journey.
Thank you, Patrizia. Thank you, Patrizia, for your passion and for your support to our PhD. And now it's an honor for me and a privilege to ask to Enrico Giovannini to come on the stage. Enrico Giovannini is a full professor in economic statistics at the University of Rome Tor Vergata, is the founder and the scientific director of the Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development, ASVIS, which is a network of more than 300 institutions with the aim of promoting the importance of reaching the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. He has been, until October, the Minister of Sustainable Infrastructures and Mobility Systems, but above all, he is our first honorary doctorate in Sustainable Development and Climate Change. Thank you, Enrico.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's really a great pleasure to be again with you and welcome the new students to this fantastic program of PhD. And I would like to thank again Riccardo Pietrabissa for deciding to give me the honorary PhD yesterday. In my life, I went, let's say, in and out of the academic sphere or activities and also the political activities. I've been twice minister in the Italian government. But the reason why I'm just quoting this is to tell you that in the second year of my university course in 1976, reading a book about the mess that the world could be around 2020, 2030, based on the Club of Rome study on the limits to growth, I decided to become an economist to try to give a helping hand. Given the state of the world, I don't think that I gave a great contribution, but anyway, I'm still, let's say, trying and dreaming, as we heard before, that it's possible to change. It happened to me that in some occasions I tried to give a contribution. For example, for the development of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, the SDGs. I was asked when I stepped down as Minister of Labor and Social Policies in 2014 by Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of UN, to develop the very last targets in Goal 17 on the role of data for sustainable development. At the same time, I was asked by the President of the European Commission, Juncker at the time, to help as an advisor to his think tank. And in that context, in 2015, I organized a conference on sustainability and resilience. After that conference, the head of cabinet of President Juncker asked the head of the think tank for which I was working to tell me that I have to stop talking about sustainable development and resilience because the Commission would have never taken on board these principles in its political activities. Fortunately, a few years later, the world went in a different way, but I left the consultancy position to the head of cabinet, to the cabinet think tank, and I started working with a joint research center of the European Commission, where we developed the framework on resilience, transformative resilience, that then was used by the European Commission after the start of the pandemic in 2020, and this is the reason why the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience is named like that. This is why I just want to share with you a few points on the relationship between resilience and sustainability. And it's interesting to know why the head of cabinet said what he said, which is relevant for your work. He said, we cannot talk to future crises to citizens. Because the whole story that you will hear in a few minutes is that the future will be full of crises. And we heard before why this is going to happen. But he said, we cannot, as politicians, tell people that this is the future. So trying to balance the discussion on resilience and sustainable development is very key, also in terms of public communication, as we heard before. These are a few charts of the Limits to Growth report, 1972. The dotted lines are the forecasts for population, in services per capita, industrial output per capita, food, and so on and so forth. And as you can see, around 2030, the idea was to reach 8 billion people. We are already there. And then, as you can see, the decline of population immediately after, and by the end of the century, the scenario was saying that we could go back to 6 billion. So, 2 billion not moved to another planet, just they disappeared because of the crisis. And in fact, you can see that the origin of the crisis was the absence of food, the green chart. And therefore, the GDP was going down, and so on and so forth. The continuous lines are the actual trends over the last 40 years. Normally, when I show this chart, some people leave saying, okay, I want to spend the last few hours with my family, and so on. But according to what Patrizia said to you, your task is to avoid that this scenario becomes real. This is what we are talking about. Very serious stuff. As it was said before, during the pandemic, we thought that the world could change easily and so on. This is a dramatic, I would say, cartoon, as you can see. But the president of the European Commission said, okay, COVID-19 is a disaster, but new disasters are coming. And it's quite impressive, the precision of that cartoon, thinking about what happened now. As we heard before, to address the sustainable development issues, we have to think in a systemic way. Therefore, fortunately, a lot of work has been done scientifically in order to develop systemic thinking, but unfortunately, the people who are in power were not trained in this way. Therefore, one of the challenges we have is to speed up this transition, to give the power to those who have this thinking, this way of thinking, and in order to understand how to manage this very complex system, we have to also understand that all disciplines are necessary, and the multidimensional nature of this PhD is absolutely key for achieving this kind of approach. Already yesterday, I used this chart on showing that a sequence of decisions can lead us to a more safe world with low risks, high resilience, or to the duplex world where you have low resilience and high risks. So there isn't a single moment in which you have to take the right decision, but there is a sequence of decisions that have to be taken. The 2030 Agenda, I already mentioned it yesterday, and the chart that I showed yesterday shows how complex is the system. This system, beside one box, is well known in all the textbooks of ecological economics since 20 years ago, even more. I just added one box, which is the box which is not readable, actually. The social system services, which are the systems that the society produces, which are as important as the ecological services which are produced by nature. Now, as I already showed yesterday, and so I will go very quickly on this point, is that the 17 Sustainable Development Goals address the different parts of the system, and therefore it's not just a list of targets agreed by diplomats, but is really a way to address a very complex system, changing several parts of our system in order to make it sustainable. Of course, the story about sustainable development, climate change, is a long and winding story, I would say. And just going back in terms of resilience, just going back to the Human Development Report in 2014, where we tried to inject the first idea for economic policies of resilience as a key ingredient of changing our world. Of course, the dual is vulnerability, therefore vulnerability and resilience. And then you can see other things up to 2020 Strategic Foresight Report, which is one of the results of the work we have done at the Joint Research Center, and now the European Commission has decided to have resilience as one of the compasses of its policies. This is a quote from the Strategic Foresight Report, and this resilience is defined as the ability not only to withstand and cope with challenges, but also to undergo transitions in a sustainable, fair, and democratic manner. For many years, economists have thought about resilience as the capacity of bouncing back after a shock to the position where the country or the company and so on was before the shock. So the speed of recovery, for example, in terms of GDP level, was used as an indicator to decide, to assess what policy was better than others. In the work that we have done at the Joint Research Center, these are the two papers that we published years ago, we changed the perspective, and we decided to start from this chart, where you can see is a combination of the size of the shock and the duration of the shock. If the size is small, if doesn't last for long time, you can absorb the shock. Otherwise, you need to adapt your system, but there are cases where you need to transform the system when adaptation is not enough. If you fail in one exam, okay, you absorb it. If you start failing 3, then you have to change your system of studying. But you fail for 10, 12, you change faculty. This is a simple example that can be applied to big systems. Think about the 2008 crisis, Lehman Brothers. Europe was not the origin of the crisis. We tend to absorb it. Then in 2010, there was the sovereign debt crisis. We need to change our rules. And then in 2015, we had the asylum crisis, with great example of non-linearity, a flow of migrants equal to 0.1% of EU population risk to make the whole European Union falling. Then 2020, the pandemic, and now 2022, the war and the energy crisis. Now, what's next? Or is just bad luck? Well, my impression is that it's not just bad luck, even if we were not very lucky. It's the system that is deteriorating and is creating many problems. Now, if we focus on resilience, this is a simplified version of the chart that I used before. We have to distinguish between the resilience of assets, the resilience of the engine, which means the system that we have created that drives economic and social decisions, in order to be resilient in terms of outcomes. Now, the point is, if two countries, A and B, enjoy the same level of well-being at time 0, then a shock hit the two. Country A goes back at T1 time to the previous level of GDP, for example. Country B doesn't go back. According to the mainstream theory, country A is much better than country B. Therefore, everybody should follow the policies run by country A. But why do we want to go back to a point which was not sustainable? In other words, you want to go back to where you were only if that was a point on a sustainable pathway. Otherwise, it's stupid to try to go back, because you would expose your country to an even worse shock, like in the curve about country A, as you can see. Therefore, the point is that instead of bouncing back, we want to use crisis to bounce forward towards a new sustainable path. This requires, of course, policies not only to manage the short term, but also to change the development pathway, which makes the story even more complicated, of course, as you can imagine. So we have to steer our system towards a more sustainable pathway, but at the same time, we have to learn how to face and react to shocks. And therefore, we propose to forget completely the classical division in economic, social, and environmental policies. We reclassified policies around prevention policies, preparation policies, protection policies, promotion policies, and transformation policies. The weight, the optimal combination of preparing, preventing, protecting, transforming, and so on, policies depend on the type of shock where you are. If you are in an absorptive area, you can use some tools, but if you are in a transformative area, you must use a different combination. Therefore, one fundamental point is to be able to understand the origin of the crisis that we are facing and the interlinkages between economic, social, environmental, and even governance factors that drive that crisis. In the Earth for All report by the Club of Rome, these concepts have been also described with a new way of thinking, with a new model that has been developed by the Club of Rome. This is a simplified scheme, but it's very important that we have this kind of holistic view of the systems where we try to impact through policies. Of course, there is a huge challenge of policy coherence. The good news is that the OECD and others have developed some guidelines on how to address that. And then just going back to a report by the Dubai Institute for Future Studies, thinking about the typical activities that the state should carry out. As you can see, even in 2018, they were thinking about governance and resilience as one of the 4 fundamental activities of a state. And look at the last one, which is about future and progress, which means the capacity of establishing scientific organizations able to scan the future, evaluate risks and opportunities, and try to drive our policies towards a brighter future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrico. Thank you very much. We are really glad to have you here, and we thank you because you are actually an example, a model for us how we can, in real terms, influence institutions, government, organization to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you again. Okay, so we almost are perfectly on time, so we have time for a break. We will be back here in 20 minutes, so approximately 11:30. So I ask guests and colleagues to come upstairs. There is coffee for them, while young people can breathe fresh air outside. There is a coffee, and we will be together for lunch all together. So 11:30. Okay, so we are almost on time, 10 minutes late. While the other persons are coming, I anticipate you that before lunch, that we should finish 10 past 1. Before lunch, I ask all the PhD students, 37 and 38 cycle, and all the professors and researchers to come here on the stage. We take a picture just in 5 minutes, and then we'll go for lunch in Aula del 400, which is just 100 meters from here. We will move all together. We'll spend there about an hour, and then come back here for the Oxford-style debate this afternoon, okay? I think we are almost everybody's here, still some persons coming. Okay, I leave the stage to Elisa Giuliani. She's the coordinator of curriculum number 2, Social and Economic Risk and Impacts. She is the organizer, actually, of this 3-day event. And I thank again her for all the effort and passion she's putting in his PhD. Thank you, Elisa.
Okay, so hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the new students. I have the honor here of introducing you to this exceptionally expert panel. It's going to be organized as a roundtable, so each of the presenters will have 15 minutes for expressing their views on the subject. So let me just go to present and introduce them, the speakers. So the first speaker is going to be Anna Pirani. She's head of the IPCC Working Group 1, Technical Support Unit. So essentially she's coordinating and she's responsible for the development of the ICC report. Most of you, perhaps everyone here knows what it is about. It's a very important document on climate change, very fundamentally influencing and providing and collecting scientific evidence that is relevant for policy making. And she's working more specifically on the physical science part of the climate change assessment. She's also coordinated the special report of the 1.5 global warming. Thank you, Anna, again, for being with us in these 2 days. Second speaker is Marco Frey. He is a professor at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna of Business Economics. He's also a vice rector or pro-rector for the third mission and technology transfer at Sant'Anna, where he directs a research laboratory on sustainability management. He has a long-standing experience on working with companies on issues that have to do with sustainability, circular economy. He has an extensive experience also with the UN Global Compact, as he might discuss in a while. Carlo Papa is the managing director of the Enel Foundation, which is a non-profit organization that it supports the development of research on clean energy. And he is responsible for making the connections between the Enel Group and the academia. So thank you both, Carlo and Marco, for being with us today. And last but not least, Valentina De Marchi. She's associate professor of business economics at the University of Padua, the Department of Economics and Management, and she has, I would say, a unique expertise on environmental innovation and circular economy. She's also very passionate as an academic, and this, I would say, it's a very important characteristics of academics, to be passionate about what they do and to really feel that they are fond of not just of their own academic research, but of making an impact on society and the environment at large. So let me thank also Valentina for being with us today, and without further ado, I would then leave the floor to Anna. I will have the role of keeping the time, so I will try to tell you when it's 5 minutes to go.
Okay, very nice to see you, some of you again. So I'm here to talk about why net zero, and essentially to put us all on a level playing field. So in actual fact, net zero what? You heard that this is the theme of this session, but what are we exactly talking about? So this concept actually has a very recent history. I mean, first of all, since the 2000s, building on the IPCC assessment about climate risks and how these relate to global warming, and successive dialogues in the COP context and things like the Structured Expert Dialogue of the UNFCCC, there was the establishment of a long-term global goal. And this is to limit global warming to 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels, as well as the possibility to strengthen it to 1.5. Now, the net zero concept was incorporated into policy discussions, and this actually happened just before COP21 in 2015. So there had been the publication of the IPCC synthesis report of the 5th assessment, and that's when these words, net zero and balance of emissions, started to appear. But they weren't a primary message, they were sort of under the radar. And then there were a couple, literally 1 or 2, very important publications that were coming out in 2015. So after very long difficult negotiations, this concept was adopted and incorporated into the Paris Agreement, and this was adopted by 195 countries in December that year. So, as you know, the Paris Agreement is talking about the long-term climate goal, and this is written into Article 2. And then there is Article 4, that says to achieve this long-term goal, we need to reach a balance between anthropogenic emissions by sources and removals by sinks of greenhouse gases in the second half of the century. So this article is essentially in support of achieving Article 2. But the way in which this balance is interpreted is actually very, very important. And it influences the actual outcomes in terms of global temperature, and it influences the clarity that's needed to develop policies and their implementation. So we can identify some words here that really require some attention, exactly how they're being used, and what do they mean, or what's included. So what I want to convey here is that the nuance of what we're talking about in terms of net zero is really critical for a meaningful dialogue and meaningful policies and so on. So what are we talking about? The terms that you see here are used quite interchangeably, actually, and this can cause confusion exactly about what I was saying, you know, what are we talking about? And at the global scale, for example, net zero and neutrality can be used interchangeably. So we go to the IPCC glossary, and here you find definitions for all these terms, except for climate neutrality, actually, where there wasn't an agreement across the working groups on a one-size-fits-all definition. So net zero carbon dioxide emissions is a balance between human-caused carbon dioxide emissions with human-caused carbon dioxide removals over a specified time. And net zero greenhouse gas emissions, we're talking about metric-weighted human-caused greenhouse gas emissions being balanced by metric-weighted removals. So what are we talking about metrics? We need to balance carbon dioxide, which is a long-lived greenhouse gas, with other greenhouse gases that have shorter lifetimes, such as methane. And how you achieve that balance with carbon dioxide equivalent depends on the choice of emission metric, on the global warming potential of greenhouse gases. And the most commonly used emissions metric is global warming potential weighted non-CO2 emissions over a 100-year period, so GWP 100. Now why? Why net zero? Why can we talk about this? So there's a near linear relationship between increasing cumulative CO2 emissions and increased global surface temperature. And you see this here historically and also in different illustrative scenarios. So we say that this relationship means that a level of stabilization in the global surface temperature can be achieved if cumulative CO2 emissions are halted. And this relates to another important concept, which is the carbon budget. So what you see here is you have a budget to reach a level of global warming after which emissions need to stop, cumulative emissions of carbon dioxide need to stop. So the historical part is the historical budget, and then in the future, depending on the level of global warming you want to achieve, there's a remaining carbon budget. And this is a concept which has a lot of nuance as well, and it has considerable, various factors of uncertainties, in particular the non-CO2 contribution to warming, as well as actually estimating these different components, such as historical warming, current emissions, and also what will the climate response be after when you reach the limit of this budget. So in terms of how, we look first at the characteristics of reaching net zero CO2 emissions. So it's not only the timing of peak emissions. You see on the left, actually, these different pathways that all achieve a 1.5 outcome by the end of the century. They have different timings of peak emission before they come back down again. And the timing of net zero is actually the same. But the different outcomes are achieved depending on the rate and the steepness of the decline in the near-term period. So the higher the emissions in the near term mean more rapid reductions to reach net zero and then lower emissions afterwards. Another dimension about the how is looking at these different pathways, which are again compatible with reaching 1.5 by the end of the century. These are illustrative pathways, and there's a lot of detail behind this evolution of emissions. So here you're looking at the predominant sources: fossil fuel and industry, agriculture, forestry and other land use, AFOLU, and then also carbon capture and storage. So here, sort of simplifying a little bit what these different scenarios are talking about. So first of all, it's important to consider that there will be difficult to abate carbon dioxide emissions that will have to be compensated by negative CO2 emissions. And you can see there's different pathway characteristics, and for example, P3 and P4 see a stronger reliance on carbon dioxide removal. And this will be constrained by our ability to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in the long term and safely, and also obviously by the cost considerations and geopolitical factors. So a thing to highlight when you look particularly for scenario P4, that an over-reliance on the capacity to remove carbon dioxide in the future, it could, in theory, enable a more business-as-usual approach to reducing emissions, which isn't what we normally call business as usual, but I think you see what I mean. Less ambition in the near term, and there's a scientific means to account for that in the future. But however, you'll see that postponing and having less ambitious emission reductions is actually transferring risk to future generations. So what is actually balanced? And when we look at net zero CO2 emissions and net zero CO2 emissions, this is a simpler problem. But as you saw, Article 4 is talking about a balance in human-caused greenhouse gas emissions. And so we need a decline both in CO2 emissions and non-CO2 emissions in the coming decades. So with considering GHG emissions, there are complications. So first, to stabilize warming, we need to not go over this limited finite carbon budget. And in addition, as you see on the lower dark red part of the graph, you see that this is CO2 emissions. We need to balance these difficult to abate emissions with negative emissions. But then we have the non-CO2 component, and these will, there are policies to decline, there are ambitions to decline these as well, but there are some human-caused non-CO2 emissions, such as methane or nitrous oxide or fluorine gas emissions from agriculture and industry, that would continue to remain at low levels over the course of the century, and there are no technologies to fully eliminate these. So these need to be balanced by even deeper CO2 removal. And achieving, what we look at the shape of this graph and how it's achieved, it's sensitive to the choice of emissions metric to convert this part related to non-CO2 and how to equilibrate that in a CO2 global warming potential. So in terms of achieving balance, reducing short-lived greenhouse gases such as methane would have an impact in the near term on global warming. It would diminish their contribution quickly. However, as I said, it's impossible to eliminate them altogether, and so net zero is always reached later for total greenhouse gas emissions than for CO2 because of residual non-CO2 emissions and their global warming potential. So in terms of the when, first, as I said, we need to reach net zero CO2. And here in this schematic, we're talking about the 2050s. And to balance the shorter-lived greenhouse gases with CO2 removal, we implement this commonly used, and it's not the only metric, but in general, it's the commonly used metric is GWP 100. So Article 4 of the Paris Agreement was written in terms of implicitly using GWP 100 because this was a more standardized approach in the community. And what this actually leads to is an outcome that includes a decline in global temperatures after a peak in global warming, rather than just temperature stabilization. So there's a potential to include a peak and decline in global surface warming. Now, again, I have to re-emphasize that this balance and the outcome itself is sensitive to the emission metric, which gases are included in the policies, in the mix, and the rate of decline of emissions and the reliance on reduction as opposed to removal of emissions. And all of this affects the peak and the potential decline in the temperature, actually including whether there will be a decline or not. So this is areas of research, obviously. So in terms of where, it's important to see that, you know full well that current greenhouse gas emission pledges for 2030 will likely lead us to a high temperature overshoot of the long-term global goal. And this will require faster reductions after 2030. Also, large negative emissions will be needed to bring back warming to 1.5 degrees this century, according to current policies. So such a pathway is subject to climate-related risks and increasing feasibility concerns. You remember the sort of P4 type scenario. However, while progress on mitigation to date is insufficient, it's certainly not negligible. And we do see a decrease in emissions and zero emissions targets being adopted, thanks to climate laws and increasing range of policies, looking at energy efficiency, reduced rates of deforestation, and increased deployment of renewable energy. Okay, I'm nearly finished. So the timing of net zero CO2 or greenhouse gas emissions targets may differ across different sectors, may have to differ across different sectors and regions, depending on the potential to reduce emissions and also implement carbon dioxide removal. So a net zero emissions goal globally implies that some sectors and regions must reach CO2 or greenhouse gas negative emissions earlier than globally, if others can only reach it later. And another consideration is the who, in a certain sense. So the adoption of these net zero targets, including their timing, depends also on equity and capacity criteria. So this brings into this concept, the concept itself of burden sharing, in actual facts. Some may need to achieve this earlier or later, or perhaps never at all. And who is it that's capable of doing more earlier? There are some sectors and some countries. So is it fair to expect emerging economies to reach net zero on the same schedule as long industrialized ones, for example? And so to achieve a net zero emissions global target or policy at the global level, you'll need very, very strong mechanisms for international cooperation. So to conclude, so what, basically? Net zero emission targets are a useful framing for policy, and they link socioeconomic development pathways to long-term climate goals. They're scientifically based. And given that over a little more than a decade has passed since the first papers by actually early career scientists were published on the need for achieving this balance, this concept also of the carbon budget and then the adoption of this framing in the Paris Agreement really represents a remarkable progress for an international environmental issue. So I have a funny quote from one of the leading scientists in this field, Miles Alland and others, that in a sense, in international policy negotiations, constructive ambiguity plays a vital role in negotiation. And net zero is not the first example of everyone agreeing to something that is a good idea, agreeing that it's a good idea before exactly knowing what it means. So challenges remain, obviously, especially in the lack of detail regarding how these mid-century targets are defined and achieved, what they mean in the context of the evolution of the long-term temperature evolution, and more clarity on the strategies behind net zero targets. Without more clarity, these targets themselves cannot be understood or their outcomes fully assessed. So you saw, increasing targets are being adopted by countries, cities, also corporations and investors. And so the accounting challenge is another problem going forward, as it were. It's a complex issue, and the details behind these policies, these labels of net zero, they differ enormously. Some targets focus on CO2, some on greenhouse gas emissions, and others don't specify at all. So here you see a list of different topics related to accounting, and again, these are research questions that I hope will be relevant to the work that you're doing. So net zero is an interesting concept. The specific numbers themselves are perhaps less important than how you work with the concept. Fundamentally, carbon dioxide emissions and removals must balance over multi-decadal timescales, and beyond being a scientific concept and the treatment of a balance in human-caused greenhouse gases, what matters is the sustainability of a net zero strategy as a whole and its implications for global temperature over multi-decadal timescales. So achieving net zero is a major interdisciplinary challenge in terms of implementation, and it comes with ethical judgments, social concerns, political interests, fairness dimensions, economic considerations, and technology transitions, as well as political, economic, legal, behavioral contexts to arrive at a successful implementation. And I hope this is interesting for you and that you identify the areas that you're working in. I think they're probably all in there, in fact. So I look forward to our conversation in the session, and thank you very much for having me.
That doesn't work, so thank you, Anna. I'll leave the floor now to Professor Frey. We'll leave the questions at the end of the whole session, okay, in the interest of time. Thank you. So write down your questions.
Thank you very much. My speech regards a more micro level, if you want. So the role of enterprises in the sustainability in general, but with specific attention to climate change. I wanted to address your attention on 5 topics. The first one, it's about the necessity to change completely the approach in the economic model, but also in the business model. Because we know that the past perspective of growth is not sufficient to change in the direction, for example, of the climate change challenge. Second, how we can manage the transition considering the risk, because risk is very important from an economic point of view. And so we can understand that the reason why the business community, the economic community are aware of the necessity to change. Third one, about the responsibility of business. Something changed 40 years ago in Europe, 20 years ago in the world. The example of United Nations Global Compact could be interesting to understand in which direction business can contribute and with which kind of responsibility. Then I want to discuss with you about the problem of size. If the big companies began in the last 20 years to understand the importance of a strategic perspective in sustainability, also in the direction of climate change challenge, in Paris it was very important, the participation of private sector. We have the problem of small and medium-sized enterprise, SMEs, especially in countries like Italy. So the question is how we can extend the commitment and the scope 3 in the decarbonization is a very important issue, and the capacity to engage supply chains could be a very important action from big companies. And the last one, just a final consideration, about the new role of finance. In the last 5 years, finance, also in Italy, began to play a very significant role because we need a lot of resources, economic resources, to change. And this could be a good news because financial actors began to change the approach of sustainability and decarbonization. So 5 points for you, for your studies and reflections. Starting from the question of new economic models. Since 2009, 2010, at the international level, the word green economy or green growth began to be used from UNEP, from OECD. And we have this kind of definition: an economy that results in improved human well-being and social equity. So the first attention in the definition, it's about social dimension. While significantly reducing environmental risks, so the question of risk, and ecological scarcity, so the question about raw materials, for example. We know at the present how much the crisis, the economic crisis, depends on the price of raw materials. So it could be very important to approach this topic considering the role of sustainability. It is low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive economy. So this could be a definition for a new model. A new model for states, a new model for NGOs, a new model for companies. But we have also another paradigm, more concrete in terms of industrial change, circular economy. This is the definition of Ellen MacArthur Foundation, a very important foundation in this field. And the definition talks about regeneration, the capacity to be regenerative. Not only, to be also restorative, to recreate the condition in the natural capital to maintain the equilibrium. This could be an aspect related to climate change, but also related to the soil, to the water, to the resources in the world. So with these two paradigms, we can consider also the challenge for business actors, with attention on different transition. The Green Economy Program of the European Commission defines 8 transitions: energy transition, circular economy transition, but at the top, decarbonization. So we can consider decarbonization as the core of our discussion. This is the last Davos meeting evidence about the perception of risk by the economic and business community. It was very interesting because in Davos in 1999, Kofi Annan launched the Global Compact. And in Davos, we can observe year by year the evolution of the business perception. As you can see, in the last surveys made in Davos, we have a short-term perspective, 2 years perspective, in which the climate change is not in the first positions, 7th, failure of climate change adaptation, for example, or 4th, failure to mitigate climate change. But in the long term, medium long term, 10 years, environmental issues are the first 4. So, if in the 2021 we have a strong attention, for example, of water crisis, of infection disease, pandemic, climate change, and in general, environmental issues related are the first in the perception of business and economic actors. Why? Because there is a comprehension about the consequences on the economic activities of climate change, in terms of mitigation, but also adaptation. So which kind of responsibility? UN Global Compact could be a good example. It's the first initiative in corporate sustainability in the world, involving more than, up to now, 20,000 actors. But which is the vision and the general goals of a Global Compact? A more sustainable and inclusive global economy. So, sustainability with strong attention of the social dimension. And what are the objectives for companies that decide to participate in this compact? The first one, it's about principles, UN principles, so related, for example, to the Declaration of Human Rights, or the Declaration of Rio, 1992. So sustainability is not something that you want. It's something very well defined at the international level, with 10 principles: environmental, social, and also related to anti-corruption. And you have to do this with integration inside the company. So not only a department dedicated to social reporting, environmental reporting, or relation with stakeholders. Not only something that could be related to greenwashing, but we have to penetrate inside the organization at the operative level. And second point is the contribution to big challenges. SDGs, since 2015. Before the Agenda of Millennium, MDGs. And this is very big challenge for companies. Since 20 years, the institution recognize, this is an example, the potential role of companies to contribute to big global challenges. About climate change. So we have inside a partnership between CDP, Global Compact, and so on, a business ambition for 1.5. What's mean? Mean the participation in the scenario of net zero. And how many companies participate? More than 2,000, with science-based target. So not only a commitment, but also attention to measure, with a general framework, the performances, sector by sector, related to science-based target. And more than 1,500 with net zero commitments. So, could be an interesting movement, also to analyze, to understand the implication, the innovation in this field. At the Italian level, we organize our most important meeting, the CEO meeting, in 2021 on decarbonization. And in 2022, with these evidences. I left the slide for analyze better. But one point is related to the attention not only for scope 1 and scope 2, so direct emission, but also for scope 3, indirect emissions. Engaging, in this case, at the Italian level, more than 100,000 suppliers. And last year, the CEO meeting was about supply chains, considering the implication to operate in the supply chains, not only for climate change challenge, also for circular economy challenge, also for other transition, but strongly related to the global warming. As you can see, we have the impact measured for the supply chain contribution that demonstrate that more than 1/10 of direct emissions depends on supply chains. And we have a lot of things to do. Metrics, action to create the competencies inside of SMEs, and so on. This is one interesting example of one company that participated in this position paper. As you can see, there are a lot of suppliers that began to demonstrate, responding to the push of the big company, their results. And this is only the perception, as our survey of SMEs, about the importance of global climate change. So we have to work a lot, but we have a basis of awareness in this field. Adaptation is a little bit problematic, because this is a work that we did 2 years ago for the environmental ministry in Italy. And as you can see the differences between the perception of the importance, also the perception of the possibility to invest in adaptation, and the real actions. At the first level, you have property insurance against climate risk. And only part, not so significant, work at the level of business continuity plan, innovation in processes, and so on. Last, the role of finance. It's very important for all the initiative at the international level, Global Compact, started 10 years ago to engage finance, but only in the last year something changed completely. Now, projects with sustainability, climate change firstly, in the goals, find a very strong success in the market. And we need to demonstrate, especially if you want to obtain bonds, green bonds in this field, your capacity to reduce emissions, to put the decarbonization inside your strategic plan. And I think that this could be a very relevant point. Why? Because the European Commission put a lot of money on the Green Deal. But it's only 5% of the total money that we need to change the model, the economic model and the business model. So the private sector also in the financial part should be necessary in this field. So I'm optimistic. I think that we can work together in this direction, but we need competences. We need a lot of people to work in this big challenge. I think that in the next 5 years, companies want to have competence like yours to manage the change, a change for the next generation. Thank you.
So thank you, Marco. Then we move on to the third speaker.
Hello, I'm Carlo Papa, starting with what Professor Frey just said. I don't think in 5 years company need you, but 5 minutes ago company needed you. So, you know, the idea of being here is to share some thought about the energy sector, specifically the electricity sectors. And, you know, rather than share science, share some boots on the ground experience. As an NL Foundation, we did enjoy, and we are enjoying working with this program with you, because we really believe there is something that we can share with you to help you connect your science, your activities with what is out there in the sector. And, you know, if there is one secret of our sector is that, you know, we do produce, distribute, and sell electricity. And it's pretty clear to everybody that, you know, the leitmotif of our service, it's L or I water. It's an old expression from the US that means whatever needs to be done, we will do to serve people, because we are not only giving light to such a nice place, but also we give lights to hospital, we give lights to industry, we do serve many people around the globe. So it's very important for us to deliver our service. But let's step back to this morning. I mean, I was thinking it was difficult to wake up for me this morning because I had a very late call. So I had to find motivation, and I thought about you and your fantastic night life in Pavia. Guess what? And so, I mean, in coming years, if you have doubts about your choice, you know, the gentleman before me was saying about motivation being lower in second year and probably higher in first years. If I remember my PhD, my motivation was going down and down with my kids growing during the PhD. So, but, you know, the point is that if I quickly look at the Financial Times as every morning, and I found 3 articles out of 20 pages that are talking directly about climate change, either in terms of mitigation
or in terms of adaptation. Normally for your, if you want statistics in Financial Times or any other paper, you find 90% of article on mitigation, 10% of article on adaptation. I do believe that we should try to invert, or at least balance the two subjects, because the two subjects are very, very important. I bet it's very difficult to read, but in the center page, there are people complaining to banks or try to convincing banks to invest properly their money towards mitigation and adaptation. Then there is a fantastic article about our friends at ExxonMobil, knowing, probably like every science in IPCC, what was the impact of the energy sector the old way on our planet. And third, on the right below, there is very interesting news. A bunch of politicians from US came in Europe recently to convince industry to invest in US, based on a series of macroeconomic policy that they've established to be the leader of the energy transition, both in mitigation and adaptation. And there is also an old fox, this is not from Financial Times, on the right top. I will share this slide with you. That is Mike Bloomberg, telling people about the importance of renewable energy for adaptation and mitigation. For those of you that are older like me, you remember Michael Bloomberg wasn't exactly, this climate leader 20 or 30 years ago. It has become one of the main drivers towards climate change. So, looking at my sectors, I see at least two, things in common that we have with all of you with this PhD that are, try to be linked to reality, try to stick to reality, but also try to be as much as we can interdisciplinary in regulation, strategy, operation, and reporting. And we need to do this, to try to do this very properly, otherwise, we risk to screw the people, the planet, and the prosperity. And if you have time to look at the story of a company called PG&E, largest utilities in California, one of the leaders in the sectors, there was a time in which the value of the share was above $48, and after 6 months, the value of the share came to $5. Does any of you, apart from Professor Buizza, know why? Don't be shy. I can offer you a bottle of wine, just a single price. Anyone? Professore, tu lo sai? Okay. They actually screw people, planet, and prosperity in California. And if you have time to quickly flip through this book, California Burning, in practice, because of the lack of maintenance of their energy infrastructures and because their, not complete awareness that what our friend at IPCC are telling us since years was true, actually, their machines, their cable managed to set on fire 1/4 of California, killing people, killing, nature at large, and screwing a good portion of the economy that wasn't Google-based. So, the energy sectors is something like, the doctor. You never want to talk to them, but you know that they're always there. We are always there, and we need to do things properly, trying, as I say, first of all, to run reality check every day. Sorry. And for my colleagues, running a reality check every day is not difficult. On the left on the top, you see a substation in Venice. You may guess that a substation in Venice is not like a substation in Pavia because the water is going up and down. So if you want to serve people in Venice, you want to make sure that the substation is climate-proof, meaning at least is built slightly above ground in respect to the others. The same goes for fire. If you don't want to set on fire an entire forest, you want to make sure that you manage properly your equipment and the forest nearby, and you are fully aware of climate stream. And lastly, I mean, this is not a picture, an old picture. This is this morning and yesterday morning, my colleagues working to reestablish service in the middle of Italy. So it's, you know, our reality check is easy to do because, you know, there is a good portion of employees in the electricity sector. They are not working or speaking in nice theater, but they are working on the ground. So for us, the boots on the ground experience is a daily experience. What is important, like for your PhD, is to connect all the parties and all the teams in the company to have an interdisciplinary response to that. And, you know, the first things intuitively, it's difficult. It's not the first thing that you imagine, but being an heavy regulated sectors, we do have care about regulation. We do have to care about regulation not only in our sectors, but also in the people that are financing us. First tip of the day, if you can have a look at the ratio that yesterday the central bank in Europe came out with. It's the first time that a central bank is talking seriously with the index details and ratio about climate risks. So we need to look the entire, not only the people and the infrastructure that we manage, but also the people that are financing our sectors. Then we need to embed climate mitigation and adaptation in our strategy, try to open up doors with others. So not only stay in our you know, energy sectors, but try to open up doors with others. This is why my team cooperated with the World Meteorological Organization to publish this document last year at COP. If you would like to have a perspective on the energy sectors and the climate change, it's a good, nice reading. The executive memo is just one page, so you can read quite quickly. But then, I mean, having operation and assets that I call open air, we need to drill down, to scale down climate scenarios to our activities. And we need to do it by technologies, looking at generation, looking at distribution and at sales. But we also need to do it looking at operation, because every morning, every hour, one of our 75,000 colleagues is going down with an helmet to manage an hydropower plant or to manage a medium voltage line or to serve our customers in their house. So it's very important that the climate scenarios IPCC are going down geographically where the assets and the people are, and then they are transformed into specific action to conduct. And finally, it is very important for us to report, because we have investors that are giving us money to be invested, but we also have stakeholders, and for this, and we have people that are, you know, regulating us. So, you know, if you wanted the third piece of reading that I suggest you, it's Enel Sustainability Report 2021, where you can see a big transformation regarding climate. And it's a big transformation in which we wish all of you, some of you, a good portion of you, to be active as much as possible. And that's why I suggest, if you want to follow up on your specific, you know, course line or the energy sectors, to connect with us on LinkedIn, or to connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so last speaker, Valentina De Marchi, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Elisa, and thanks for the invitation to be here. Having spent the first week of this year trekking in the Sahara Desert and meeting local communities, seeing with my own eyes the speed and the arch of the impacts of climate change, I can say that I'm very happy to be here with you today, and hopefully spur some discussion and give some insights about how you can really make the most of your next and current years to really support us in the change. So, as was also discussed before, I want to take the perspective of firms. I'm a business management scholar, actually a sustainability management scholar, and I do study firms that black box, which sometimes we forget, constitute the economy. Well, actually, if you take the climate book edited by Greta Thunberg, you know, that very big one, no contribution that talks about firms or it takes a firm perspective. Yet, as we have learned in the previous contributions, firms and the production and consumption system really make a big chunk for the good or the bad about climate change and in terms of impacts, and is impacted by sustainability and unsustainability and climate change. So I will try to get together, like previous discussion, into this black box. And let me add to the previous discussion adding new data or new information. So if we just focus on Italy, and we look at the percentage of companies, for example, that introduce sustainable innovations, we actually see, that's the chart that you see there, where the darkest line is representing Italy and the lighter is representing the European average. We have an increasing number of firms that have been investing into sustainability. If we look at the same years, we are increasing the number of companies that have been using recycled materials. Italy actually topped the ranking for circularity. We have been increasing the material recycled from 13% to 21%. And we could add more and more of those statistics. For example, if we take the 4,000 largest firms worldwide, and we look how many of them are reporting on sustainability, like the example just before me. Well, 10 years ago, they were around 40%. They doubled. Now we are topping like 98%, so almost all of them. So we can actually see that there is an increasing number of firms that have invested. And we can actually see also, that was really coming from Marcus' presentation before, that we do have the models. We know that linear is not working. We need to move to circular. We have business models developed. We have experimented already we have invested, we are investing. Yeah, so how are we explaining that we are still into a situation in which the overall results are still projecting ourselves dangerously on a curve that goes much beyond the target we would like to have? How is it that despite all of this, if the economy, which is constituted by firms, is really pushing towards sustainability, trying to implement adaptation or mitigation strategies as well, how is it actually that we have this gap, that we are still far away from where we would like to be? So the answer to this question, why this gap, is often responded by, well, there is not enough interest to change things. Really, we have the idea of corporation like they don't really want to do things, and maybe this may be out of laziness, out of greed, or out of lack of resources. We actually like to think generally of corporations as the very bad guys of the stories. And that is also possibly because of the past, where that has been often the case. But this, as also was said before, is not necessarily the answer. There are many firms that are really into changing things, but still, we are not really getting there. So today, I would like to bring you a different perspective of answering this gap, which is not on willingness. It's actually a perspective that speaks of complexity and that calls for expertise and competence to be addressed, which is actually why I think we are here today. So why is it difficult to be sustainable? Why is it difficult for organizations and for firms in particular to be implementing strategies that allows them to reduce their impacts? And not just to do a little bit better, but really to ensure that finally we are going to reduce waste, we're going to reduce the increasing the temperature, so that we really are reaching out in terms of outcomes. So why is it difficult to be sustainable? Well, because it might require to trade off, for example, quality and sustainability. It might require to do that, not necessarily, but it may be there. Second element for how it may be complex, because there are not clear standards about what is the right thing to do, firms very often are generally willing to do things, but they don't know what's the best solution, because that best solution hasn't been developed yet, or is not the same among all actors. You may be aware that no firm nowadays is producing all the components of a product, but the firms specialize in different components that sum up into the final product. All the actors producing these different stages that constitute the mobile phone or the dress that you are using or wearing, well, they may have different perspective about what could be better to do. And third, I would say that it's very complex to be sustainable and to try to tackle the climate crisis because it actually means to radically change what we do. Radically change not to do, not just doing a little bit better, but really going to reduce their overall impacts. And making sure that this reduction doesn't generate bigger problems to someone else, because that is also an issue, right? I do better things, but what about the others? So let me illustrate the complexity of sustainability for firms by telling you a little story. Actually, as human beings, we grow and we learn by stories, by tales. So this is a story of firms specialized in the production of leather. And I'm talking about firms tanning leather for very high-end luxury brands that are really committed to and create high-quality products for their customers, including sustainability as a feature of that, really want to be driving into this challenge. And I'm talking about tanneries that are manufacturing, treating skins in a context like Italy, where the standards are very high, in places where they have been invested since the 70s to really make things at the most. And if we look at how much they spend on sustainability and in trying to reduce their impacts, we actually see that great, really amazing numbers. So I'm not talking about firms that are not willing to change, or they don't know, does not know how to do their job, because we're talking about the leading buyers producing, for example, bags or cars using leather. And we're talking about tanneries that are really at the forefront of this industry. Now, the story that I want to tell is a story of a paradoxical story of a failure, despite willingness. So if you ask tanneries, the best way for them to be sustainable and to reduce their impacts is to maximize and make more efficient the process of tanning with chrome. But if you actually talk to their buyers, they're actually calling for chrome-free products. Because if you want to treat leather in a car at the end of life, you burn it, and you want to make sure that by burning that, this won't create any issue. Or if you're producing a bag, you also want to make sure you're able to easily communicate with your customers that this is a type of product that contributes to sustainability, and the product is sustainable, so it's not containing chrome. So how can you make sense of these two elements? So we have been lucky enough to have actual data measuring environmental pollution of those tannery firms. And we actually realized that despite the amount of money they invested, they ended up investing in new technological solutions that were actually lowering the environmental performances. So actually, we saw more pollution. Why so? Because to take out chrome in the tanning phase, you have to add much more chemicals in the re-tanning phase. So that if you take a systemic perspective, impacts have not reduced. Yet, lead firms can say, yes, our bags are more sustainable. But actually, if you really look at all, this is not working. So, is this complexity something that should block us? Is this example something that proves that we cannot do anything? Not at all. But my point I would like to share with you today is that if you really want to make a difference, we need to be very critical and tackle issues using competence into that. Because if it's just about willingness, that's very difficult to convince, right? But if it is about ability to do things, that's where we, as scientists and as researchers, can really make a difference. As actors that, within firms in this case, but even other type of organizations, can put the capabilities to really understand what is the best way to make the things work, to avoid that good intentions may translate into poor outcomes or not enough outcomes, because that's what we are talking about. We're not more in a time where we can say, okay, at least we are a little bit better. We are in a time in which we have to say, we have to do things right now. So how to do so? Is it possible? Yes, it is possible to transform that complexity and you cannot imagine to really be able to address the issues that were greatly presented this morning by a simplistic approach. The first element to do is to be aware that things are complex and that, for example, when you're studying firms or institutions, being aware that there are tensions, that things may not be easy. And then, out of this awareness, trying to avoid chasing after every easy solutions that ease our conscience, but do not ease the impacts on the environment. And as a second step, well, if the issue is funding solution, that's where we, as actors that create, share, and combine expertise can really make a difference. So, as of today, there are no established technological solutions. We don't know how to scale up the positive change across different organizations. We have models, but how to implement that? Well, we have an implementation deficit we need to address. And it's not even clear how to imagine a future that is not here today, but that we desperately need nowadays. So, how to go for that? So my call today will be really to have all of you on board to try to put your best energies to try to research, so to ensure that we are reducing outcomes and not just implementing actions with good intentions, with some cautious. With some points that hopefully you can take into consideration in your research agenda. So the first element, especially for those of you that are studying firms, I would like to stress, is important to study impacts, not just actions. In the reports, we tend to report on the actions, not necessarily on the outcomes, but this may not necessarily be aligned. And also, be aware that the same organization can produce both positive and negative outcomes, and they don't necessarily balance. We may need to study them both and understand how to spur more positive and how to ensure reducing or avoiding the negatives. Second element, which again was something that connects very nicely with what was said before, we need to be aware that those challenges have a global scale but have local manifestation. In that case of leather, producing leather in Italy is in that context makes sense with chrome, but if you go to China or to Germany, different contexts, different things can be played. And we have to find ways to ensure that everywhere we reduce impacts. Yet we can communicate, we can certify, we can say to customers and stakeholders what we have done. And finally, and I'm rushing a little bit, we have to adopt a systemic perspective, ensuring that we account for the point of view of the different actors. The main point we find was an issue in the case that I explained is that lead firms, those in the cars or in the bags industry, were not really asking tanneries about what's the best way. Can we discuss together? Can we together find a solution? So that's very important to get the systemic perspective. And I forgot to change the slides as I was saying that, but this is the last one. You may think in front of this complexity that it's too much of an art challenge, that you can't make it. Too great for you, you're just a researcher, you also have to publish, you just had 3 years. But let me tell you that the power that you have out of your motivation, out of your determination, and out of the support you can get here, especially because this is a multidisciplinary setting, which is exactly what you need to tackle this complexity. Yes, let me tell you that this is really what you need, what we need to really drive a change so that those complexity doesn't represent something that blocks us, but rather represent something that supports us to identify the needed solution. Thank you.
So I understand it can be a little bit intimidating for you to ask questions in a theater, but this is the time for questions. We started with this macro picture from Anna, and then we went really to the very, very micro, that is intra-firm decision makers. And it seems that, of course, these two things are related, and how they are related is, it's very complex to know and understand. But it seems that from our speakers, we have understood that we need to radically change mental models, business models, and that we need really to move forward to a completely different way of doing things as opposed to what we are used and what we have taught our students in business schools for many years now. So, of course, we are changing the way we teach our students in the undergrad and postgrad and also PhD levels, and this is what we're trying to do here in a more interdisciplinary fashion. So, questions. We have very limited number of, not many minutes left, but maybe we can stretch a little bit and reduce the time for lunch, if Mario allows me. So, yes, Anna. Yeah, do they work? Because they didn't work for me.
I don't know if I have.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, actually, I don't. If you don't mind, I'm really curious to actually hear people's reflections and reactions to the sort of topics we've been discussing today, but also others from the earlier days. Because I sometimes get the worry that there's a lot of, I don't want to say pressure, but high expectations. We keep saying, oh, we think you're going to be coming up, you have the right framing, you're going to come up trained and the competencies and so on. And that can have a negative feeling, actually, or maybe can be very stimulating, but I'm hoping to hear your thoughts on what you heard. Also questions, obviously, but.
Come on, don't be shy. Yes, well. A grown-up student. Yeah, you can, okay. So icebreaker, and then I hope other students can follow.
Yes, I break the ice, but then I want you to follow. So 2 questions, one for Carlo and one for Marco. Carlo, Enel is the second largest power company in the world, 73rd largest company in the world. When do you think Enel will reach the net zero objective? And question for Marco, what is needed so that SMEs will brace the net zero objective? Thank you.
Okay, yes, please.
I'll get the first one. I mean, the net zero objective, we have, you can go on our website and look for it. We are pushing forward. What I can say is that, the Russian crisis and, all this that has happened in the last year has actually accelerated our plan. For Italian colleagues, that there are, the government is speaking about the role of gas, surely extremely important in the short terms, but we should not lock up our position for the foreseeable future on traditional energy systems. So we are going faster, but it's as important, working on mitigation, so releasing our footprint from the planet, as working on adaptation. Otherwise, even if we go faster, we will not have time to be here in 200 years and celebrating, this theater this year celebrate 200 years of life. We hope that our effort on mitigation and adaptation will bring a society going forward.
Okay, Marco.
About SMEs, I think that we have 3 steps in the path to engage in an effective way the system of SMEs in a country like Italy, for example. The first one is only the participation in the challenge guided by the big companies in the supply chains. So this could be understand in which way, in which fields it's necessary to change the way of production, the way of organizing activities, the transportation system, and so on. So this is the first step, awareness. And it's necessary strong work for all the actors in this field. The second step is the capacity to contribute to innovation. Because in supply chain, there is a strong possibility, not only for SMEs, but also SMEs can contribute. We have a lot of, for example, startups connected to the challenges of sustainability. In the circular economy in particular, but there is also a quite good connection between performances in terms of management of resources and circularity and effects in terms of climate change. Usually you think that energy is the most important factor to reduce CO2 emission. It's true, but I think that 1/3 of the possibility to contribute in this field come to the correct use of resources in general and capacity to close the circle in terms of circularity. The third level is the connection with territories, because we need to implement decarbonization strategies, engaging also customers, so as production and consumption approach, and could be very useful, the integration with territories. In Italy, we have the history of industrial clusters, distretti, and in this field, we began to understand the possibility to innovate at the systemic level. And some clusters created the condition to be competitive, also with the emerging country like China, using sustainability, decarbonization, circularity as a competitive point. So it's a step-by-step process, but to achieve the result of net zero in general, not only for single company, but considering also the scope 3, we need a strong engagement of SMEs. And supply chains, not only in the direction of traditional supply chain, but considering the entire value chain, so also the relationship with the market.
Yes, thank you. Marco, so questions from the audience? Yes, one here.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Hiba Abiaba from curriculum number 6. I am in the University of Cagliari. I have a question for Professor Marco. I wanted to know, what road do you see for sustainable enterprises or sustainable businesses in a future financial crisis? Or to put it in other words, how would the matrix be shaped for corporations and enterprises to encounter the climate challenges in a potential global financial crisis? Thank you.
Okay, so the question of matrix is very important, because the knowledge of the possibility to innovate, to change, is related to the comprehension of the present situation and also of the baseline to define plans to improve. We have in Europe quite significant push from institutions regarding the matrix. Regards the sustainability reporting, but also the matrix for financial choices. And in this field, climate change is the top of the topics considered. And we need to measure not only the emissions, but considering the question related to the supply chain, the entire process of improvement regarding the life cycle of products, for example. So a tool very useful in this field is LCA, because you have the possibility to understand in a complex process the single contribution of components to reduce the emission. So I think that regarding the matrix, we have also here a step-by-step process, starting from GHG protocol, for example, more simple than LCA-based approach, and then including all the different actors inside the chain. If we consider also the dimension of consumption, we have another aspect. We have to consider not only the characteristic of the products, but also the use of the product, the possibility to reuse, regenerate, or recycle the product at the end of the cycle. And so this different aspect requires a very robust approach to the measure. But the evidence of Global Compact is that companies want to have metrics, metrics comparable, to do benchmarking, to create a communication to the public very objective in terms of improvement. So I think that this is...
Okay, so yes.
Just to add something on metrics, I mean, until a few years ago, they were good to show how good was the company, how nice we were, how good we were doing. Just 5 minutes ago on Bloomberg came out an article on class action because of messing up with metrics on ESG. So, you know, the general public investors are now demanding realistic metrics, you know, serious metrics, scientific-based metrics. And it's very important to remember that the game has started to change dramatically.
Yes, well, by the way, academic research has raised a number of concerns about ESG metrics already several years ago. So it's good that the market is realizing that they're not working as they should. Any other, yes, question over there? I would take one question or two questions more and ask the response to be very quick, and then we go for lunch.
Hello, everyone. I'm the new student from the curriculum number 2, and I have a question for the Professor Marco. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I know. It's
okay, the topics, the roles of the enterprise, the SME in the climate change. So I just have a question. How we can evaluate the contributions of the SME to the climate change or the sustainable development? I know about maybe we can use some index like the carbon performance, because you mentioned about a scope 1, 2, 3 of the greenhouse gas. How about the others, environmental index?
Yeah, I would ask the panelists if they want, also the other panelists, if they have an answer for those questions, to take them as well.
Okay, so we have to consider in general, when we speak about SMEs, the possibility to measure also in general the sustainability implication, because climate change is related to capacity to reduce emissions, so mitigation. But when we talk about adaptation, and when we consider the interrelation in a systemic way between climate change and other very relevant variables connected to the risk for the company, you have to think about, in general, the management of resources, the relationship with the capitals. We discussed before about natural capital in general. And so I think that for SMEs, the question of metrics related to the climate change could be an occasion to measure the capacity to consider the sustainability as a whole topic. And so we think that the discussion before about ESG metrics, there is a strong attention about ESG. The financial and banks in the next 2 years probably will ask to companies to demonstrate, to measure a lot of things. Also for companies of medium size, 250 employees, but in the next year also for real SMEs. So I think that we have to identify some key indicators that can represent in a very effective way the capacity to improve from companies. So I think that could be a very interesting issue also for academic and PhD students. We saw this kind of approach in circularity, and the certification bodies began to introduce a form of certification related to the capacity to measurement. And I think that also climate change could be a field in which we need, together with common metrics, also the capacity to measure the real change inside the system, inside supply chains, inside also the possible contribution of SMEs.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that time's up now, and I will close it now. The panelists will be at the lunch, so I would suppose you are more than welcome to approach them and ask further questions. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you later. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again to the panelists.
So before leaving for lunch, leave your coats and jackets there, and students of the 37-38 cycle, professors, please come here, we take a picture, and then we will all move to Aula del 400, which is just 200 meters far from here, and you turn right on the main street, and then you will find. So please, professors, students, come here, we take a picture, and then we go. Grazie. we will take you a picture, a profile picture, okay? So at the entrance, you will find the photographer will give you instructions for the profile picture, the new students, just the new students. So you go now for lunch. We will reconvene here 2:15. At 2:15, everybody should be here. Okay? Very well.
Adesso incontro, facciamo un meetingino dei True 4 adesso, con i nuovi.
Quando?
Adesso.
Ma no, che se dobbiamo andare a pranzo. Ready? Okay, time to digest? No. It's time now to move to a new game. This is an Oxford-style debate. It's a debate which will be used to discuss on two important topics. The first topic and the first debate will be presented by Sandro Montresor. He is full professor of applied economics at the GSSI, Gran Sasso Science Institute in L'Aquila. His main research interest is in economics and innovation and eco-innovation. So I leave the floor to Sandro, and he will explain the rule of this game. Okay, Sandro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario, very much. And hi, everybody. Welcome to this debate. I was this here, I can't see it properly, but I imagine you are there. So I'm really excited to moderate this Oxford-style debate, for which we have this terrific lineup of speakers. We have made our best to prepare our debate, although be aware that we have important benchmark here to face. So hopefully we're going to have a better debate than this one, okay? So before starting and illustrating you the topics of the debate, let me briefly tell you which are the objectives of the debate, okay? The debate is not a simple oratorical exercise where the final aim is winning by debating with arguments, okay? The objective has got some other wider objectives. First one is that of introducing you about the existence of issues that are still in search of a consensus, okay? Because they are navigating across theoretical pluralism or fragmented empirical evidences, okay? Second objective is that giving you the opportunity to assist about how debates unfold among academics, so how to make a point, how to absorb a critique, how to convince the skeptics, how to flatter the favorable, right? And third, as I will tell you in a second, make you contribute to make the debate unfold. Because, as you will see in a while, we'll ask you about your initial opinion, so making the consensus emerge, and we'll re-ask you to make the consensus change eventually, okay? Coming to the topic, we look carefully for a great topic to discuss, again, facing important benchmarks in the internet. When you search for great debate, you get something like that. Hopefully we have better issues to deal with, and particularly we have 4 topics we decided to combine. Topic number 1 is net zero transition, about which you have already heard a lot, so not really need to me to get further in that, okay? We combine net zero transition with an important issue in economics, which is economic inequality, right? So the story, well, the problem that emerges because there's an unequal distribution of income, of wealth, of opportunities across people in a certain place and across different places. We plug in the picture socioeconomic policies, that is, those government interventions through which policymakers try to control the economy and making it evolve towards certain goals, okay, like inflation nowadays, economic growth, but also sustainability and equality. And last but not least, we're going to refer in the topic to the possibility that this goal of economic policy might conflict one with the other, okay? They might have trade-offs, and if we are lucky, they complement each other, and we have trade-on. So putting together all these topics, we have come out to formulate this motion, about which I will ask you to vote in a while, okay? So the motion, which is slightly more refined, what you find in the program says, let us be resolved that net zero transition policies bring about more inequality. This is an issue which has already received a certain attention. Our speakers will tell you how, but this is the motion on which we'll ask you to vote at the beginning, just drawing on your background, on your experience, or what you know. So in a sort of agnostic way, we're going to ask you to vote either in favor or against this motion here, right? Now, we have a terrific line of speakers. Speaking in favor of the motion, we have Elena Paglialunga, who is Professor of Applied Economics at the Carlo Bo University of Urbino. who is an environmental economist with an interest in climate change, in particular relationship recently between climate change and armed conflicts in Africa. Then we have Francesco Quattraro, who is professor of political economy at the University of Turin, who is, like myself, a regional economist with a special interest in eco-innovation and green technologies. Okay, these are in favor of the motion. Against the motion, we have the other two guys. So Maria Luisa Mancusi, who is professor of political economy at Catholic University of Milan. She has also an interest in innovation, which she nicely combined with an interest in internationalization. And actually, she has recently looked at the role of international collaboration for green technologies and eco-innovation. And then we have Federico Pontoni, who is program director of a research project called Technologies for Energy Transition at the FEM, Fondazione Enrico Mattei, where actually his interests are in particular for energy markets and regulation of energy markets, okay? Having said that, the rules of the game are the following. In a while, I will ask you to vote for the motion, getting the code that was exposed before. Either you take a picture of that or you plug the number, okay? So you vote for the motion, and then we're going to have a first round of speakers. The lady first, Elena in favor of the motion and Maria Luisa against the motion. Then the boys, Francesco for the motion and Federico against. Then we're going to have a rebuttal. So the speakers will try to reply to what they have heard on the opposite side in the first round, okay? We're going to start with Maria Luisa against, Elena for, then Federico against, and Francesco for, okay? Then, if we will have time, not sure that will be the case, we're going to collect some question and answer from the floor. And the most important part of the debate, we're going to ask you to re-vote for the same motion. And what we'd like to see is how the speakers here have been able to affect your conviction and your thinking about the motion, okay? Having said that, I think that we can start, okay? So you can go to the app you have been provided. You can take the picture of that code, or you can plug that number. And I've been told that you should have the opportunity there to say whether you do think that net zero transition policy increase economic inequality or brings about economic inequality. You are in favor. If you are instead against, you don't think this is the case, okay? Now, is there a chance to see how the vote is? I don't see any percentage yet, but maybe that, whoa. All right, so we have, okay, slightly better. Oh, this is moving, still moving. Let us wait a while. Wow, whoa, that's completely contrary to my expectations, have to say. So, which is the final picture?
Sorry, I just don't show the result, but please go on and vote for the next 30 seconds, so, because otherwise you are biased from the number of that you see on the screen. So it's still open for the next 30 seconds, and in 30 seconds or something like that, we will close, and we'll give you the result. Sorry for interrupting.
No worry. I'm excited and really anxious to see what happens here. Of course, I've got expectations. So just to entertain you, the first round of talks will be of roughly 12 minutes each. This is just for you guys. And in the rebuttal, you get at most 3 minutes, even less if you can, okay? Well, let us see what happens. I don't know, am I expected to tell a joke or do something? No? So, I mean, hopefully the motion is clear enough, okay? Right. So it should be 52% and 48. Good. So it's relatively balanced, okay? My expectation actually was to have a certain polarization. Good that you are more splitted. Let us see now how these fantastic lineup of speakers manage to move your opinion. Let us start with Elena. Elena, please.
So thanks for having me, and thanks, Sandro, for the introduction. And without further ado, I will start my talk in favor of the notion that net zero transition policies bring about more inequality. So just to frame the context, when we talk about CO2 emission and pollution emission, basically we are referring to a phenomenon that has been defined in physics and climate sciences. And our target basically imply an environmental target, so that carbon balance we talked this morning. Now, what's happened here is that this pollution needs to be addressed somehow. So in economics, that's what we talk in terms of externality. So something that is unintentional, and the fact that it is unintentional is what motivates the government intervention. So an example. We do not burn fossil fuels because we want to generate emissions. We burn fossil fuels because, for example, we need electricity. So the government intervention is needed in order to shape consumption behavior, production behavior, so for example, to switch across technologies, product, and fuels, okay? However, this entails kind of an effort from our side. And the point is that these policies to reduce emission actually have a cost. So that costs money. So in the absence of net zero policies, emissions are free. The second we introduce these kind of policies, emissions are not free anymore, okay? So just to give you a couple of examples of what policy I'm referring to. First, we have like direct regulation, okay? So here we have the government that tells us what to do or what not to do, okay? So for example, a government can decide to forbid specific products, specific technologies, specific fuels, or for example, putting a standard on performance. And car fuels is a typical example, so we cannot use lead for fueling our cars, okay? The second type of policy is basically what we call like market-based, so carbon taxation, carbon pricing, subsidies, or emission trading schemes, okay? So in this case, we have that the decision is private, so we do not have something to do or not to do, but we have some kind of charge or reward. So government can decide to charge each unit of polluting emission, or on the other side, can decide to reward each unit of emission which is avoided, okay? Now, if cutting emission costs, and we need this policy to kind of induce and fostering some kind of behavior, the main point here is how these costs are distributed across society. And my main point is that the distribution is not equally distributed, let's say, across society, okay? So also in this case, let me give you a few examples, okay? So I do not want to bore with, let's say, strict economics, but just to give the intuition before, okay? So first case, think about consumption side, okay? Typically, what we have is that low-income households are those which spend the largest share of their budget on energy bills, okay? So the second we introduce a carbon taxation, or that we raise energy taxation, the result is that typically low-income households will bear, let's say, the higher cost of these policies, of this net zero policy, okay? And the picture here is obviously from the Yellow Vest movement, which basically started as a protest against the, let's say, proposed increase in carbon taxation. And the claim was that with this net zero policy, the risk was that the burden will be extremely large on working class and middle class, okay? So the idea is that this is raising some kind of economic inequality, but not just economic, I would say also social inequality in a broader terms, okay? Second example, we all want to have, let's say, greener cities, but if we introduce a policy to increase green spaces in the city, and we do that without introducing a cap on house price, then again, we have a serious risk in terms of unequal consequences, okay? So basically we have a trade-off between green spaces and affordable housing. And again, we have the risk that, let's say, lower income households will be forced to, let's say, go outside the city, more in the periphery, and so on, okay? Third and last example. Think about the firm size. We also heard the discussion this morning, okay? Typically what we have is that carbon-intensive and energy-intensive firms, activities, and countries are those which are expected to undergo the, let's say, deepest transformation in order to meet that net zero target, so in order to be compliant with the net zero policies, okay? So, let's say, to the extent that these firms and employment are specialized in pollution-intensive activities, then again, we have that those labor markets will be more at risk in a transition way. So in simple terms, we have a risk of quite huge job destruction, okay? So, and the picture you see is just, let's say, picturing how intense is the pipeline powered from coal. So typically one of the most pollution-intensive energy sources, okay? So if we go from, let's say, sketch examples to some more, let's say, important reference, I will summarize my previous findings in terms that, first, we have that the costs as well as the benefits of net zero policies are unevenly distributed across time, space, but also across social context. So I think that this is a first argument in favor of the motion. Second point, if we think about mitigation action that are needed, we also have a risk of trade-off in terms of development. So it's not only about, again, only thinking economic terms, it's more the social context at large that is at risk here, okay? And if you are not yet convinced to vote for the motion, let me show this one and only one graph from a paper published on Nature or Climate Change. And here we are looking at the mitigation cost in relative terms across countries. So here is, let's say, a global perspective, okay? The framework here is to achieve the net zero target by means of the, let's say, most cost-effective way in terms of policy. So basically a global carbon pricing, okay? And we are measuring the costs in terms of GDP reduction. And most interesting, we are measuring these costs in relative terms. So you see the horizontal line. All the dots below are basically signaling countries and regions which have lower costs if compared with the global level, okay? By contrast, all the dots, let's say, above our 100 horizontal line are signaling regions which have larger costs if compared to, again, the global level. And I don't know if you can read the name of the regions below, but I'll read it for you. So on your left side, you have Europe, North America, basically advanced OECD countries, okay? So we are saying that the richer the countries, the lower their relative costs if compared to the global level, okay? By contrast, all the regions on your right side are basically lower income countries and lower income regions. So again, we are saying that the burden of the net zero policies will be larger for less advanced countries. And I think this is a striking evidence for in favor of our motion, so that net zero policies, again, bring about more inequality. And let me just make a last remark. Even if we introduce, let's say, a second policy setting in which we kind of compensate the unequal starting point with a target so tight as the 1.5 global warming target, we won't be able to compensate the inequality in favor of advanced countries, okay? So to wrap up, we have seen that the distribution of these costs are regressive, so again, this is bringing more inequality in our world. And let me stress that it is not only about redistribution, let's say, across different income levels, it's also a matter of horizontal redistribution. So given an income level, we have a huge set of factors which explain who will benefit or who will lose if compared to each other, okay? And this is true at the global level, at the local level, across firms, and across households. So with this, I'm just concluding, but I think you have enough evidence to vote for the motion, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena. All right, now it's the turn of Maria Luisa Mancusi, who's gonna speak against the motion, okay?
Hello, everybody. So I'm going to speak against the motion. And let me read the motion again. Net zero transition policies bring about more inequality. More respect to what? That is a big issue, and it cannot be overlooked. Now, let's be careful about what kind of comparison we make. As an old African proverb says, we all agree that today's world is an unequal world. And true, in recent decades, under a lot of perspectives, living standards have improved. But climate change precisely threatens to undo this progress. And using the words of the UN Secretary General, climate change is happening now, and to all of us, no country or community is immune, and as it is always the case, the poor and vulnerable are the first to suffer and the worst hit. So I'm going to use some science work to convince you that the right comparison that we have to make and to think about the motion has to do with the damages that climate change is doing and the kind of inequality that climate change would bring about. So first of all, some very recent paper, 2021, has shown that the economic gap between the richest and the poorest nations in terms of per capita income is about 25% higher as it would compared to what it would have been without climate change. And this is not just, tied to the fact that, we have experiencing global warming. There's also higher temperature variation, and poor countries are suffering more because of that. Why? Because, temperature variation, not just, having more hot in the atmosphere, affects the frequency and the severity of the so-called catastrophic weather events that we experience more and more. And it is precisely, as the graph shows, the countries that are developing countries, underdeveloped countries, that are the ones that are suffering more, they are more subject to the variations in temperature and therefore to the consequences associated with that. Now, climate change, I just argued that mostly hits poor countries. Well, it actually, furthermore, mostly hits poor people in poor countries. And the poor are more vulnerable to climate change effects for several reasons. Now, of course, there is an economic reason, okay? So a large part of the poor population, especially in those countries which are mostly affected, the south of the world, are employed in precisely those sectors like agriculture, forestry, and fisheries that will be mostly affected by climate change. They do not benefit from insurance mechanisms, which make them particularly vulnerable to any shock that is hitting them because of climate change. And what about food security? not only the poor population are less likely to have access to irrigation systems and are more subject, to whether it rains or not. And true, they do get most of their income spent on food, but this makes them very vulnerable to price spikes. We are experiencing that right now, right? Which are due to scarcity. And what about health effects? So it's not just about income, it's also about health. Flimsy housing, poor health, inadequate health security and care mean that natural disasters will affect poor people much more and much harder than rich people. And, they get more likely to be subject to the effects of life-threatening diseases, which are very well diffused in developing countries, and with, hotter weather, they diffuse, as we experience very much, more easily. And they're subject to nutritional deficiencies, which makes it makes it very hard for them to recover from a disease, and so to fight it and maybe sometimes survive. What about migration effects? So people, not just because of natural disaster, but simply because of the consequences of climate change, are forced to flee their homes and to move to other areas. So, for example, to move to, labor markets that they are not familiar with. And so these relocation effects, as has been proven, will imply that it will be much harder for them to get the same kind of labor conditions, and indeed, they perform much worse on the labor market, even after some years from moving. So developing countries should have as big an interest in mitigating the impact of climate change as rich ones. But let me tell you a bit more about social inequality. It has been mentioned that as well. And again, let me stress what are the effects on social inequality that are due to climate change. So, initial inequality results in greater subsequent inequality for disadvantaged people. Disadvantaged for many reasons. Why is that? Because they are more exposed to the effects. They are more susceptible to the damage associated with these effects, and they have less ability and capability to recover from those effects. Let me make you an example. Remember Katrina that hit New Orleans in 2005? So that is the picture 10 years later about the black population, okay? We're talking about disadvantaged people in many respects. So the black population in New Orleans, which is pretty black city, was reduced from 67%, to 59%. And there are a bunch of indicators which show the income and labor market effects that were suffered, and even in their perception of how much, after 10 years, they were being able to recover with respect to white people. But it's not just black, it's all the disadvantaged people. So it's disabled, chronically ill, elderly, female. There are studies which show that, climate change has no gender-neutral effects, and children. So these are similar effects to what we have been experiencing with COVID-19. We know that, people in disadvantaged conditions have been highly threatened compared to other peers. Now let me focus on children. There's another kind of inequality that is induced by climate change, which is intergenerational inequality. Now, a very recent study published on Science shows that without action, as compared to someone living in the pre-industrial times, a kindergarten in 2020 will experience twice more wildfires and tropical cyclones, 4 times more crop failures, 5 times more droughts, and 36 times more heat waves. So it's children, it's young generation, and, you know, for similar reasons that I have discussed, young generations and children are, you know, more subject to the effect of climate change, particularly in poor countries. And again, this is not just an income effect. Children display greater vulnerability to climate change impacts in terms of health, psychological well-being, social and cognitive development, okay? Displacement of people means that, you know, young children, you know, young generations cannot go to school for some time, and sometimes they even drop off, okay? So children in disadvantaged circumstances suffer even a double jeopardy. And quite importantly, we should consider that we place on the young generation a higher demand for coping and adaptation without probably giving them the tools. So young generations, you should have a big interest in mitigating the impact of climate change and supporting net zero policies. So let me conclude with the words of a very inspiring figure. You should look for him if you don't know him, Mohamed Nasheed, who was the former president of the Maldives, the first democratically elected president of the Maldives, who has been fighting against climate change and was named by Time Magazine, the hero of the environment in 2009. We do not have a planet B. Therefore, we cannot have a plan B. You cannot negotiate with the laws of science. You can't cut a deal with physics. You just have to deal with what we have. So vote against emotion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria Luisa, for your exciting talk. Now it's the turn of Francesco, who will try to convince you that, again, it's not climate change per se, but net zero transition policies that make greater economic inequality. Francesco, the turn is yours.
Thank you, Sandro. Thank you for having me here. Okay, I will start very quickly entering the topic. So, as Maria Luisa was telling us, the effects of climate change are not evenly spread across countries and across different groups of individuals, poor people, intergenerational conflicts, and so on and so forth. This is one of the many pictures you can find on the web representing the unequal distribution of climate change effects across the world. So we are called to design policy mixes that actually target, you know, the solution to the climate change problem, but also considering the possible side effect related to inequalities generated by these policies, is also Elena was showing us a couple of minutes before. The International Monetary Fund has produced a recent working paper stressing how this is a urgent matter to discuss. Yet, we are told that climate change generate adverse effects. These effects are not equally spread across the world, but we also know that if we, besides inaction costs, also acting generates some costs. The problem is that these costs can well affect different countries and different groups of individuals in an unequal way. Can't it be the case that the benefits accruing from our environmental policies are better for rich countries and leave poor countries going from bad to worse? Well, actually, this is the main argument underlying my talk today. And I will focus on two main dimensions, but there are many others. Some of them have been taken by Elena before. First of all, there are cross-country divides, and the labor market dynamics devised, in particular, income inequality. Let me start with the cross-country dynamics to show you how coping with the twin transition can actually generate further inequalities instead of removing the existing inequalities. So the possible effect is summing up the inequalities from climate change and inequalities from environmental policies. Most of us work in economics of innovation. If you are entering this field these days, you can find out some literature on the so-called pollution halving hypothesis or effect. So according to which the differences in stringency of environmental policy pushes countries or firms in countries to relocate their activities in countries with poor environmental policies, or to increase trade with countries with poor environmental policies. The recent surge of interest in the circular economy paradigm that was part of the focus of this morning session has made more and more clear that this concern can actually have an impact on the cross-country distribution of the effects, the negative effects of environmental policies. Think, for example, about the management of green digital technologies at the end of their life cycles. This map shows you the distribution of electronic waste across the world. You see in green, you see countries that generate electronic waste, and in red, countries that receive electronic waste. So what this picture tells us that there is actually a clear, unequal, and uneven distribution in this flow, according to which poor and less developed countries are receiving most of this electronic waste, which require very complex procedures to be treated and recycled. In many cases, these procedures generate further pollution, and if you work in a country with poor environmental policies, you can actually build up activities at lower costs than countries with more stringent environmental policies. But this is just one of the possible examples that we can bring about. Another, if we remain in the context of the twin transition, the digital technologies for the green transition, we can also focus on the upstream stages of the production of these technologies. It is quite well known that digital technologies rely on specific and very peculiar materials that are rare earth materials, which are at the heart of the main components that make digital technologies work in such a powerful way. But as this map shows you, these materials are unevenly, the reserves are unevenly spread across the world, and also production activities are unevenly spread across the world. It's not only a matter of transport costs. There are many countries like the United States, which is rich in reserves of rare earth materials, but do not produce rare earth materials. Why? Because the separation of these materials from the minerals with which they are tied together requires very polluting procedures that are likely to spoil the environment in which, the surrounding environment in which these plants producing rare earth metals are located, generating diseases, different kinds of disease in the population. And that's not by chance that more than 95% of the production of these rare earth materials is concentrated in China. Because China actually was investing in this kind of production, in becoming leader in this production at important environmental costs. So we we want to get greener, we want to promote the green transition relying on digital technologies, but at which cost? At the cost of population in countries with poor environmental regulation dying, cancer and other diseases. Okay, so this is actually a problem. This is inequality adding up to other inequalities that characterize, social inequalities that characterize these countries. So let me move now to the other focus of my talk, which is actually labor market dynamics. Elena has already introduced this point. Actually, as any kind of structural change, we will observe also changes in labor market that are associated to job creation, job destruction. But the main crucial issue is that even if this transition involves the creation of new jobs, there is a side effect related to the fact that these jobs require different occupational skills as compared to the traditional jobs that characterize polluting industries. So it's true, we will observe the creation of new jobs in many industries, in many green industries, but it can be quite hard to see that people working in polluting industries losing their jobs will have the chances to get new jobs in green industry because of mismatch in skill demand and supply. Okay? And this, of course, generates some inequalities also in terms of wages, because if the demand for green skills increases, we will observe an increase in the wages paid to green workers and a relative decrease of wages paid to workers in polluting industries. And this is actually what we already observed. These graphs provide you the wage distribution in different designs of wages according to green and polluting jobs and neutral jobs. As you see, the largest, okay, sorry. And so the largest, if you see in the uppermost decile, most of the income is concentrated in green jobs. So again, inequality transmitted to wage differentials, okay? So, which are the take-home messages from this talk? Of course, the climate change can bear important costs, but also acting can bear costs, adding up inequalities to inequalities. Cross-country differences in environmental regulation can determine concentration of polluting activities in specific contexts, generating also health inequalities between rich and poor countries, and labor market dynamics also are good candidate for exacerbating the inequalities between high-level and low-level occupations. So, in view of the example that I brought forward today, I'm wondering how can't you vote in favor of the motion? For sure, as Valentina De Marchi was saying this morning, we have to do things, we have to do right, this is the moment, but doing the things right mean considering that actually increasing inequalities is a serious problem associated to the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesco, very much. So, according to you, this climate transition is going to bring additional inequality to the inequality that the two previous speakers have said. Federico, convinced that is not the case?
Yes, of course. So, what we are listening to now is something that I find quite surprising and funny. Basically, what they're trying to tell us is that industrial policies are focusing on pollution and on fossil fuels were aimed at targeting inequalities And now that we want to introduce environmental policies, we want to increase inequalities. And so there are some prerequisites to what they're saying, is that first and foremost, thanks to fossil fuels, we have been reducing inequalities. And the second one is that climate policies and net zero policies are costly. And they are making some, let's say, equivalencies. So they say effort, and they say that effort, therefore, is a cost. And therefore, it is a reduction of well-being. And pollution is for free. And if we want to internalize it, then it becomes a cost. But we are economists, and we know that externalities are not for free. An externality is when I generate something bad, a damage, but I'm not bearing the cost of that damage, okay? And we can see it here clearly. What we see that if you live in those areas that you see the dotted areas, okay, on the map in Italy, you have a very higher chance compared to the mean to get a cancer, okay? And there you see a study, okay, that shows the probability of getting a tumor if you live close to Ilva, okay? Which could be 60% higher than the national average. So let's take that for a fact that fossil fuel economies were able to reduce inequalities, okay? But what kind of inequalities, okay? Because here we sometimes focus too much on income, okay, which is a part of our utility function, okay? Because our happiness, okay, our utility, our well-being depends on income for sure, but it depends on health, and it depends on a set of environmental qualities that we find. And so, yes, we might have a reduction in income inequality, but as we see here, okay, we have an increase in inequalities based on health, on the environmental qualities, and maybe well-being in general. So, whenever designing an environmental policy, you know that you are facing a multidimensional problem. And so we cannot just focus, even when we make our analysis on inequalities, on just one dimension. Okay, so income for sure is one dimension, but exposure to environmental hazards, to climate change is another dimension. The possibility of remaining in the place where you have been living or the need to migrate is another dimension. And so we have to take into account all these aspects. And of course, it is not a matter of saying whether environmental policies and net zero policies, they increase inequalities, but how we can design policies, environmental policies, that they both tackle the environmental problem and possible distributional effects. And by the way, this is a burden, okay, that is required only to environmental policies. It seems that it's only about environmental policies creating inequalities, and therefore environmental policies should also address this kind of inequalities, as if other policies, digital policies, labor policies, whatever policies, they do not create inequalities, or more in general, they do not change the status quo, which is in reality any kind of political action creates a change with respect to what it was before. And that is why we enact policies. But for sure, it is an important, the distributional aspect, it is an important one. And so it is clear that whenever we want to enact a policy, okay, an environmental policy, given that we are facing a multidimensional problem, we need to come up with a multidimensional policy that is able to tackle all these aspects. So clearly, as they were saying before, an environmental policy is a policy that has a climate or environmental measure, be it market-based, so carbon tax, be it a command and control, so the reduction of emissions of passenger cars, and clearly a good and well-designed policy should also have a compensation scheme, okay? So to tackle the distributional effect, as any policy, if you are a good policymaker, whenever you enact a policy, okay, you also take into account the distributional effect of all your policies, and if needed, you enact a compensation scheme, okay? Particularly if the policy impacts your spending capabilities, okay, so the carbon tax is increasing the cost of fuels, okay, and so I might need to provide you with compensation for that. It could have an impact on skill specificity. We saw that before, that there might be the need of retraining because of the fact that you are losing jobs in dirty industries. You might find a way of tackling the problem of housing prices, but most of the time they bring about examples of, I would say, elitist policies rather than environmental policies, okay? So there are studies showing that Area C in Milano, okay, so where you have the possibility, so the reduction of access to a specific part of the city center, they claim that as being an environmental policy. That is not an environmental policy. That is an elitist policy. But the problem is that it is clear that you use it, okay, for claiming something which it's just a political argument, but it has almost no evidence of the fact that it is an environmental-based policy. But anyway, so there are plenty of dimensions that we have to take into account, and in most very well-designed environmental policies, they do take all these elements and all these dimensions into account. And so, as always, it is a matter of not being against environmental policies or claiming that environmental policies, they increase inequalities. It's just, as always, the difficult and boring task of designing good policies, okay? This is the real and only boring debate, rather than saying we are in favor or against environmental policies. And when it comes to compensation, you see there is a sort of a ladder that shows quick wins, so easy to enact compensation, so lump sum, okay, so I increase the price of fossil fuels, okay, and then I give a direct cash transfer to poor households, okay, to compensate for the effect. Okay, this is something which is good, which takes into account the distributional problem, but I can come up with something better, okay? I can come up with a tax reform, okay, that basically allows me to tax polluting activities, and on the other hand, reduces the burden on labor tax, okay? So again, providing more financial means to particularly lower percentiles. I can come up with progressive green subsidies. I can come up with specific place-based policies, because this is one of the biggest problems that we are facing. So there are some areas that were specialized in brown industries, okay, and we are closing those brown industries, and it is good to close those brown industries, okay, because they are polluting, because they are harmful for your health and the environment, okay? But the thing is that we need to compensate those regions, okay, and we don't want people to move and migrate from those regions. So we need to enact place-based policies. And of course, the most comprehensive ones are the Green Deal plans, where we want to overhaul the economy, okay, and have a well-designed and holistic approach to green transition. And by the way, when we say that it has a cost, okay, either an individual cost or a cost to society, my question is, what is the baseline? So the cost is that basically I'm increasing at least the monetary aspect of the cost, even though I could claim that if I take into account the externality, then even with respect to the baseline, I'm not really increasing any cost. I'm simply distributing the cost differently. But this year, last year, we have experienced a major rise in the cost of fossil fuels. Okay? So fossil fuel-based economies that were paying 200, 300, 400 euro per megawatt hour, and with renewables that were costing a fraction of that, and they still cost a fraction of that. So are we sure that transition and pushing for a green economy and environmental policies is more expensive, or it's just the old habit and we keep on repeating it even though it is not true? Just to conclude, environmental policies, okay, from day one, they are trying to address inequalities. And they are trying to address inequalities that were created not by the environmental policies, but by the economy, the fossil fuel-based economy. And we have seen it with the Laura. And already the environmental policies are trying to, most of the environmental policies are trying to make a very comprehensive job, because on the one hand, they are trying to address a specific environmental problem, be it pollution or CO2 emissions, and on the other, they are also trying to address inequalities, okay? Past inequalities and also possible inequalities that might be created by the environmental policies. But most of all, they are, and most important of all, they are addressing the major source of inequality, which is climate change, because adaptation is going to be more costly and is going to be more unequal than any kind of mitigation measure that we might put in place. And I conclude, literature shows that higher level of existing inequalities are a barrier to environmental policies. So it is not true that environmental policies are creating inequalities, but inequalities are preventing environmental policies that will also reduce these inequalities. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Right. Okay. So we have heard the first round of talks in favor and against the motion. Now we will let the speakers the opportunity to very briefly reboot what they have heard from their opponents. But so we're going to start from Maria Luisa. A couple of minutes, to say the audience that what you hear from the other side is not really convincing. And then, according to you, we should vote against the motion.
Okay, well, I guess my opponents have convinced you that net zero policies have distributional effects. So what? Any policy has distributional effects. The point is whether the distributional effects would lead to more inequality. That's the key issue. And, what we try to argue is that this more has to be evaluated correctly. What is the benchmark? What is what we call the counterfactual as economists? And so we claim that you do have to keep into account all the costs that would be induced and the inequalities that would be generated as a consequence because of climate change, which includes, for example, adaptation costs. And, any policy, precisely because all policies have distributional effects, has built in some compensation mechanisms. Then we may argue whether compensation mechanisms, some work better than others in different conditions, in different respects, in different situations, but it cannot be denied that zero policies do have compensation mechanisms, which are precisely meant to address any kind of inequality that might be associated with their working. Now, the issue is that, my opponents are trying to convince you that net zero policies are a threat, for some parts of the population. And, you cannot miss the fact that these threats are trying to be addressed by compensation mechanism, and there are always opportunities associated with whichever stand we make in favor of the environment. Let me take an example. We talked about technology. I been studying it a bit. So let's talk about a polluting industry, intensive farming. You know, it is a polluting industry, and it's very much developed and used in countries like India, for example. Now, an MIT studies has been showing that within 30 years, if we let climate change go as it's going, the yield of crops in India will decrease by as much as almost 10%. You know, you have to consider that these people are stuck with, for example, seeds that were developed in the 60s to increase yield. And these do not work well now in present weather conditions because they are more subject to weather variability. It was not the case in the 60s. So if we want to act against this situation, does that represent a threat for these people? It would represent an opportunity to move into a different directions. Fair enough, with some concerns, which we're trying to address. So don't be mistaken. If you vote for the motion, you will justify inaction. Can we afford that? Vote against the motion.
Maria Luisa nearly convinced me, so Elena, you should do better than her. She nearly convinced me. Do your effort.
So what I find definitely not convincing about my opponents' arguments is that basically the point is that since we have two phenomena and both of them have inequalities consequences, then it comes up that basically one offset the other. Are we really sure about that? I mean, I don't think that since climate change can have unequal consequences, then by default, the policies you put on place to fight climate change are, let's say, equal. Okay, so this is my first argument. I think that things are quite more complex, okay, and this layer of complexities, I mean, there is like the good side, but also the major risk that we need to address. And right now, I do not see so much compensation, at least, let's say, at the global level. Second point, and I'm closing, their arguments are basically saying that adaptation is the same things, but in the reverse side of mitigation. Are we sure that we can use these two categories to look at the same facts? I think that there is much more behind one, as there is much more behind the other, and they are not equally distributed also across country or within country. So I think that they propose a too much simplistic way to address these questions, and I'm just raising the point here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm sure that Federico has got a point on that. Federico, make your rebuttal.
Well, in this case, the rebuttal is simple. As an economist, I would like to have the counterfactual, and ideally, I would like to have a planet B, to study the counterfactual and to see whether we will end up having more inequalities with adaptation, okay, with respect to inequalities from enacting net zero policies. I don't think we have a planet B. I don't think we will be able to have a counterfactual. Maybe the PhD students will be able to develop digital replications of planet Earth so that we can effectively study at least digital simulation and counterfactuals. But on top of it, let me add the precautionary principle that would say that it's better to enact net zero policies and tackle the inequalities rather than finding out what adaptation will bring about. Thank you.
All right. Francesco, you have opportunity to say the last word about that. Then you have a great responsibility.
Oh my God, okay. Just 2 quick points. You talked about compensating mechanisms, the multidimensional character of well-being measures, and compensating mechanism, you claim, okay, if there is some policies that actually brings some negative effect on one of the dimensions of well-being, you can compensate with important or more than proportional positive effects on another dimension of well-being. Oh, pay attention, this can be a dangerous perspective. I'm from a city in which the compensating mechanism has legitimated behaviors according to which compensating mechanism promoted environmental pollution in view of reduction of unemployment. So compensating mechanism cannot be necessarily a good thing if they are not managed in a proper way. Second point, this scheme works if you consider a specific country or administrative unit which can work on the different dimension of policies and actually bring about a good correction. In the cases I've illustrated, we have different countries across the world, so you need to promote coordination across countries. Some of these countries are not really, the example of collaborative countries with whom somebody would like to interact. So again, in principle, yes, compensating can be a solution, but are we dealing with principles or with reality? If we deal with reality, I think that we cannot do anything but recognize that this transition is likely to bring important and severe inequalities in the world. Thank you.
Okay, I do personally thank all the speakers for making the point so effectively. Now, before revoting, I think it would be interesting to give you the chance to raise questions which could help you in taking the decision. So if some of you has got question to pose to either one side or the other side of a motion, just raise your hand. You just come here and I give you the mic. So any question? Oh, guys, can you read the question from there? No, really? So this first question, why not focusing on increasing tax for luxury goods? Net zero policy is a too large term. Some policy could decrease inequality. So this, I think, is against the motion, correct? How do you interpret? So some policy could decrease, so I would say is against. I don't know, someone wanna try to reply to that?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. The taxing luxury goods, it is not an environmental policy per se. So what we are trying to do here is to tax the carbon content of any good. We can imagine that some luxury goods have more carbon content, and therefore they would be heavily taxed. But it's not always the case. Then, if we think that we can tax luxury goods irrespective of their carbon content, because that could be a revenue-generating tax for compensatory schemes, we should then make a comparative analysis. But in principle, it is possible. I mean, either inheritance taxes, the famous tax on boats introduced by Mario Monti, who had the idea of generating revenues. As for policies that could decrease inequalities, environmental policies, yes, there are policies that can decrease inequalities and at the same time favor the environment. Absolutely.
Right. I think we could, for question of time, we just pick up another one. I will try to sort out which is the one most related. There's another one which says, it is true inequality exists due to climate change as well, as you are making. Right? But while are we assuming that net zero as a strategy specifically would offset those inequalities?
Okay, what I try to argue and convince you about is that net zero policies, just because they make choices that would act on people's life, indeed would imply some distributional effects. So they would take from someone and give it to someone else, put someone in more difficult conditions. What I'm trying to argue here is, though, that we cannot be sure that these will imply more inequality than we would have if we didn't have those policies. Because we cannot evaluate, or we try to evaluate actually, by how much inequality would increase in the future because of climate change. So what I'm trying to say is that should compare the inequality that policies, which indeed do try to contrast their inequality effect, their distributional effect. Okay, so they try to contain these inequalities, but we should compare this with the right counterfactual. Okay, what we would have in 10, 20, 30 years' time by 2050 if we do not act. Okay, so that's the whole point. And, can we evaluate correctly what would be the adaptation costs? Can we evaluate correctly what damages and how these will be distributed, climate change will create?
Right. Now, it's a difficult situation here because questions continue emerging, so I can't focus on anyone, and then they disappear, and I can't remember them. I'm really puzzled by that. So just pick up another one for the two speakers in favor of a motion, asking them this one. Which level of local economic development would a net zero policy allow in developing countries, assuming a downscale of Western country life quality? Can you read the last one, guys, Francesco and Elena? Again, which level of local economic development would net zero policy allow in developing countries, assuming... Yeah, thank you for having made yellow, at least. that helped a lot. But then I'll stop, okay? Don't change anymore, because I'm getting crazy, I'm getting sick. You want to try to address it?
Can you? Okay, yes, it works. So I try to answer to this question and a question that came out before. And I mean, the point is that there is no one size fits all that we can agree on. But the point is that if we can manage to define a very specific, let's say, context for a country with a given economic development, perhaps we will have already reached an agreement. I mean, we are going through 2 decades of conference of parties arguing about how to compensate, who has to do more, how we can do that. And I think that in the real world, these are the questions that matter. So there is not equal consequences for sure, and we don't have, let's say, a counterfactual. I mean, we are economists, so we would like very much always to have a counterfactual, but in real world, we have serious issues to trade off and trade on, and so far, we could not agree on a trade on that, let's say, benefit everybody. So that's why we are, let's say, stuck in the loop. And
should stop. And I also apologize with all of those that have raised questions, but we are running out of time because there's another debate. So sorry for not having addressed all the question, which would have been relevant to address. But now it's time to revote again, okay? So we started with an initial advantage in favor of the motion, which was 52% and against was 38%. Now, on the basis of what you heard, on the basis of the rebuttal, on the basis of the arguments in favor and against, please make your revote and see whether this line of a speaker has been able to make the initial consensus evolve, okay? Okay, let me remind you that Elena and Francesco were in favor of a motion, okay, claiming that net zero policy increases economic inequality. On the other side, Maria Luisa and Federico were against the motion, claiming that that was not the case, okay? Was not the case that net zero policy actually increase or bring about more economic inequality, okay? Right. I don't know how much time you do have to vote. I hope not an entire day. Is this final? If this is final, we should congratulate Maria Luisa and Federico because they make an incredible switch in the consensus. Okay, of course, we thank you for having intervened too, but you know, we have to give to Cesare what is of Cesare. Okay, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Sandro. Thank you, Elena, Francesco, Federico, and Maria Luisa. Thank you very much. It was a great game, I think. Although the topic was very, very complex, I was surprised. Really, thank you. And now, please, we give the floor to our PhD candidates, your elder brothers and sisters, to do a similar exercise on a different topic. So, Hiba Abiaba will take the floor. We are a little bit late on the schedule, but not too much, okay? So, Hiba, you will present your... Very well. You can take your seat.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Hiba Abiaba. I am from curriculum number 6, Health and Ecosystem. I am a marine bioecologist and I work on the vulnerability of marine ecosystems in an altered Mediterranean Sea. Today, I will lead the next Oxford-style debate about decarbonization and growth as a moderator, following, of course, the same steps of the previous debate. Our PhD candidates today will be debating the following motion: green growth or degrowth, which solution for a better future? Of course, what we perceive of decarbonization, other than the reduction of carbon, devolves to a more global term as the conversion to a more economic system that sustainably reduces and compensates the emission of carbon dioxide. So, in order to help meet emission reduction goals to mitigate climate change, which way to go? Green growth or degrowth? Well, despite my green shirt today and my scarf as a moderator, I can agree and guarantee a neutral position in this debate. With that being said, I am welcoming the first team supporting green growth, Giuliana Montanari, energy engineer from CU number 3, Lorenzo Rosso, agronomist from CU number 5, and of course in the second team supporting degrowth, we have Andrea Tafuri, social scientist from CU4, Diego Vasquez, low-impact technology designer from CU number 1. Quick reminder of the rules. We will have 2 minutes to collect your votes, of course, about the motion. Then we will have 10 minutes for each team to have their presentations. And of course, 5 minutes each for a rebuttal. And of course, we're going to have your second vote and open the debate for further questions and clarifications. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team, off you go.
Of course, go for the vote first. we still have any? Perfect. Okay, so far we have the results of the vote. Thank you for voting. Everybody in motion of green growth. So this way we're going to start with still the first team. So Giuliana and Lorenzo, off you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, we are not the first and we are not the last of our life to talk about growth, sustainability, and development. But we think that green growth is the most important solution for a sustainable future. And just to remind what is the green growth, the core of this concept is to decouple so continue to increase the GDP while reducing the emission related to our life. So in this short time, we will show you, and I know that you are asking why green growth is more likable than the growth, and if it's possible. And I swear that the two answer is yes and yes. You all know that the current situation is dramatic. Our emission in CO2 is dramatically changed the environment, and we have to reach the net zero emission as soon as possible, and for sure before the end of this century. And we have to do in a world where the population is increasing. We have reached 8 billion the last year. We are going to reach almost 10 million by the 2050, and by the end of this century, we'll surpass 10 million to reach a plateau. We need a transition, and the transition has to be in the framework of Sustainable Development Goals, because there's an acknowledged system that aims to improve the living condition, the situation for all the citizens of the world. And we want to underline that this transition has to manage in a democratic way, and we have no one has to be left behind. So here we are, the population is growing, and hopefully in the developing country, the living condition is improving, and I hope also that it continues. So for living, people have needs, and for needs, we have to produce something, and also to service, we emit CO2, another pollutant, of course. And while improving condition, more population, more needs, more CO2 emission. That's clear for all, and we need to change this path. We won't aim that poor consumerism is the final solution, that's all, that's sure. But we'll hope for a decent life for everybody. A decent life in the aim of have a social relation, have a health system, have a prosperity, live in a good environment, and have access to food, to water, and also to education system. And this has to be done in a green and economical affordable way. And thanks to the green growth, thanks to the new technology that can change the production system, we can do the thing, we can provide our needs, we can live in a green way, and also thanks to new jobs and in the new green jobs that we will need to this change, and to the increase of GDP and other social indicator, the social part, so the decent life, will be provided for everybody. Now I leave the floor to Giulia, that will explain that this change is possible and we have to do it.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Yes, as we saw before, we are 80 billion people, and we are increasing the number. So our question is it possible to tackle climate change while increasing people well-being around the world? This is the main question. And the answer is yes, just with the green growth. So using available green technologies to make this changing. Let's see. As I said before, so green growth means the importance of eco-economic decoupling. This is something that was also said before. What does this mean? It means a growth of economy while reducing environmental pressure. For now, I'm sad to say that this is not quite happening because, yes, GDP is increasing, this is the word, but still CO2 emissions are increasing. Not as steep as GDP, but they are still increasing. This is a problem. And we can see that the two moments in which the emissions were actually decreasing was the two major crises of 2008 and 2020. But as we see, the trend is still going up, and the GDP was very low. So I know that GDP is not an indicator of well-being, of course, but we all remember that these two crises socially affect a lot of people. So for sure, that period was not a good period for a lot of people. Let's see what's happening in other countries. So that one was the situation of the world. Now let's see what's happening in Italy. In Italy, the emissions, CO2 emissions, are decreasing, reaching also minus 30%. Now you're saying, okay, maybe they're decreasing here, but because we are buying stuff and we consume and we buy stuff that are made in other countries. But if you see here, you see that also consumption-based CO2 emissions are decreasing. So this means that we are in the correct track and we have to go through that direction. But the problem is that GDP is not very increasing like the other graph. It's slightly increasing a little bit after 2008, but then with the COVID crisis, it's still going down. So let's see what's happening in other countries. In India, there is no decoupling. GDP is increasing a lot, but while CO2 emissions are still increasing. In China, the GDP is very, very steep increasing, and the emissions still are increasing, but a little less. This is because we know that they are making a lot of effort to increase the use of green technologies. Now we can see a good case. This is Sweden. This is not just the only country of the world that is doing this. There are others, for example, also UK. Here we can see that the GDP is increasing and the CO2 emissions are decreasing. So it's possible, but of course we are not, we have to do more, of course, but this is the track. So let's see, let's go back to the world situation. We were like this, so we are still increasing CO2 emission. And what do we need to do? We need to reach net zero emissions. So this is something that a lot of people said this before. So what does it mean? It means we have to reach that red spot. So we have to make a lot of efforts. Let's see where emissions come from. Mostly it's from energy. Why? Because more than 70% of primary energy consumption is from non-renewable energy sources, while just 28% is from renewable energy sources. So what do we have to do? We have, of course, to reduce consumption, that's for sure, but mostly we need to completely change the way we satisfy our needs, because as Lorenzo said before, we have needs, but we have to change how we satisfy that needs. So now I will show you an example, because I work in Politecnico di Torino, and Politecnico di Torino wants to decarbonize its campus. So with this case, I'm going to show you why green growth is more important, more effective than degrowth. So the actions that Politecnico di Torino and other universities can put into place are, for example, some of the GROW that can be under the definition of the GROW. So this is very important, of course. We have to increase awareness of students, employees, therefore also their family and friends. So what can we do, and what are we are doing? Well, we can lower air temperature in winter, increase in summer, so ask students and employees to put a scarf during the winter, or to put a top during the summer, maybe eliminate the dress code. This is something that we can do. Or we can ask to shut down lights when not used through awareness campaign. For example, this is Witch Mob, was an event in Politecnico di Torino where we went around to switch off all the lights. We can close facilities during holidays, completely close. In this way, of course, the energy consumption will reduce. Or we can remove hot water from bathrooms, for example. These are all things that ask the employees and students to make an effort, to do something, okay, and also to understand why it's so important to make these efforts. But these actions will decrease energy consumption and therefore also energy emissions about maybe 5%, 7%, not too much. And also, another important thing is that the university cannot ask people to make effort, to renounce or something, to sacrifice if they are not doing anything. So very more important are green growth, so to make structural and actual investment and actions to change energy production and consumption. What can we do? We can increase energy production from photovoltaic systems. We can install LED lights and sensors. We can increase energy efficiency in buildings. And we can replace network cabinets with more efficient ones. And then we can also replace all the air treatment units. These are just some examples. And these actions will lead to reach at least 40%, but also more if we do all these things. And actually, all these things will improve, will increase also the economy, because as we know, they will help, will increase local jobs and also increase the economy. So in the trade-off, of course, it's more for green growth, also because we have to make an example before asking people to change their habits, to make an effort, we have to give them alternatives, tools. So we think that the path is known, we just have to walk, or better to run there, because we know that the technologies are available, are also economically available, we just have to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'm sure we're gonna get some time from the rebuttal. Andrea, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you, Julia, because you're really suggesting a really good vision of the growth, but the only thing that this is better a mixture of these things. This contraposition is not working right now, and I will show you how. So, we have our, yes, how it works? Oh, perfect. So, we are living in a socio-ecological catastrophe. As you can see, since we started to talk about green growth, we didn't see any change in better condition, no? The main purpose and task of our speech is to show how the frame related to green growth is really not at the thermodynamic point of view working, because there is a misconception. Kenneth Balding was citing that only mad people or economists can think that we can grow in a finite planet as much we can, and he was right, because as Georgescu Reagan claimed since the 70s, is that we live our complex system, as we saw during this morning, are dissipative system. Now we live in a huge and obese right now metabolism, thanks also to this narrative of growth and pursuit of the economic growth. that are increasing our entropy level, and we are really taking a lot of inputs from the society and from the biosphere to really give some engine to the technosphere that right now is impacting a lot in our ecosystem. So we are really facing also the narrative of Anthropocene in our vision is not correct. There is no anthropos that act as a whole category in this ecological degradation process, but it's mainly a process of capitalocene, as Moore is stating, that is a distinct geological area in which capital has penetrated in every side and every part of our life, disrupting ecosystem and also our capacity of well-being with the biosphere. So, decoupling is our myth that green growth is actually promoting, as we see before, also this morning. But if we look to different like accountings, and we look, for example, to the material footprint, we see there is a really increasing correlation between GDP use and GDP and material use in a global way. What about the energy transition? We are looking for a new energy system, but right now we have to say that this energy transition will not come without any cost, mainly from the material and social point of view. You can see on the left side all the material increase that we will face in the next year, and these have a huge socio-ecological, but mainly social consequences. Here you can also find out how the GDP and the material increase is higher, no, in richest countries, obvious. And so we can see under the justice point of view that this green growth narrative doesn't change, no, the actual pattern in terms of distribution of power, distribution of resources that affect our society. Decoupling cannot work for many reasons. For example, here in the right side, you can see the Jevon paradox, no? The Jevon's theorized so many years ago. If we, engineers know very well that if we increase the efficiency, we can have some gains, for example, in terms of energy or income that can lead, for example, to an increase in consumption of some energy or goods, but also what about we talked about circularity this morning, but what about, I call again for engineers to take into account the law of thermodynamics. It's impossible to have a material of the same quantity and quality in a long-term period. So the recycling in an open dissipative system is physically impossible. We cannot pursue on talking about closed loop because we cannot sustain them. Additionally, rising energy expenditures. We know yet, we are really yet extracted all the cheap energy resources that capitalism needs as to survive. And right now to extract, think for example to oil, shrink gas and sand, oil, and all these new sorts of engine, how it is impactful, no? In terms of, for example, the ROI. Another point, I will go very fast because we don't have so much time. So we are seeing now this increasing of the global direct primary energy consumption, and the only argument that green growth is supporting is the silver bullet of technological change that one day can save us. But if it doesn't work, for example, hydrogen. Right now, for example, if you take into account the energy development mainly through hydrogen, what about all the water resources that we have to take into account? All the space we need for maintain this energy resource from hydrogen. So it could be maybe dangerous not to hope only in the technological change. Maybe we'll face something related to the film with DiCaprio, if you saw it. The last point, I will finish. What about justice? Green growth doesn't take into account that we live in a global world. To sustain our obese society and high-level consumption and production society, we need a huge amount of materials and energy. As many scholars have claimed, we live in a social and constant socio-ecological unequal exchange. There is a constant drought of resources flow of resources, embodied labor, energy to sustain our global, North society, let's say, North country society that is really obese metabolic system. And what about democracy in this period, in this process? It's the market that leads the decision, not the people. So the growth, as we will see with Diego, will change all this paradigm, all the focus and the value of the economic system, and is not against technology. We claim we want technology, but we want to change the frame under our production consumption system. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Vasquez, the floor is yours.
Hello to all, I'm Diego for University of Genova, and probably today my presentation will be the resume of all this fantastic information that the scientific and the professor board give us. But the thing is, like, there are three things that we can conclude about this presentation, I believe. First, that emissions continuously increasing. The second one is that there are many consequences not really clear about the implications of many green technologies. And the third one is the complexity of the systems. So, to that, it is important to consider that the growth as a solution, as a different view, because every time that we saw the problems, we try to externalize and we try to understand and to propose a solution, as a magical solution. But the real thing is, like, this kind of solutions don't exist. It is impossible to think that one solution will solve the same problems. That's the thing that the growth said. What is the growth? So the growth, first I will say that the growth proposal from Taibo and Latouche proposed to reduce consumption, but in a controlled way. And it's not reduce all the consumption. It reduces the consumption of unuseful necessities. Later I will speak about this. The other thing is, like, the opposite people about the growth said that the growth is against the production, but it's not like that. If we focus it in produce benefits to the society instead to produce markets, we will be better, because we cannot continuously creating solutions and necessities from the nothing, because we live in a limited world. So slow consuming is one of the main tasks of the growth. So by a controlled way, the slow consuming propose to decrease the consumption of energy and raw materials. It has sense when we saw that the energy emissions and the CO2 emissions is vinculated to GDP. So, but we are thinking in substitution and compensation. The thing is, like, how we will compensate the compensation. So if we think about the life cycle assessment, we will see that every time that we try to propose a solution, there is impacts. And these impacts sometimes is just moving to one part to other part. No, we cannot decide the world just in carbon dioxide emissions. So we have also to facing another problems, like inequality, as Andrea said, social unemployed, in other complex problems at the same time that we think about the future. So we have to stop to think about it, that magical solution exists, and to ask to the producers to solve the problems that they are always producing. So this is a famous example, probably is version 35 of Volkswagen, but it's a solution that they create. So we have to stop to think about that every people, every part of the world can be sustainable and can be applied the same solutions. As we saw in the conclusion of this presentation, there are different implications on renewable energies and green technologies. So just imagine the impact of the money and the different values of the money to apply energy, renewable energy in some developing countries will increase the emissions so much. So the solutions have to be adaptable and respect the conditions of every part. So that's the proposal of the growth. So consider the things that are not necessary for the social winning. I propose to measure the country not just in GDP, also in social gain, because If we see, we have to throw up also the myth that economic means more well-beings. This is true, but until some level. After that level, we will see the same results. So there are many studies about this. I will be fast. And the thing is, like, if we consider that these benefits or more incomes will increase security, will increase well-being, we have to see some solutions like in the picture, no? They have the same level of security, but with different level of incomes, sorry. So the myth of the equality is something interesting. Every country, every society have different, different implications, and we have to consider that. So the growth project is always complementary to green growth. The growth project is not to throw out the green technology, not to stop the production of scientific or the benefits. The growth proposed to slow down these benefits that are not focused in social, are focused more in economy. So by the redistribution of work, by the guarantee of work, and by reducing the entropy of the system. So the thing is, like, just think about it. If we can continue, we will continue to measure the economy of the country as a main measure. So we will create just a country for companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. I think we have enough information to digest. How about a rebuttal from the Green Growth team? Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Of course, the growth has an importance. I don't doubt this. I just have something that I wanted to point out, is that I think that the solution and the technology are already available, and we know where to go. We know that we have to eliminate completely all fossil fuel. It's something that we already know. We have also the technology to do it. And in the last years, this technology went very, very improving and also are economically available. We have to completely rethink the system, but there are a lot of research about this. We have to make an effort to do it. So for sure, we have to degrow, but as the first thing, we have to rethink completely the system and do it as soon as possible. So there are, of course, problems, but for example, photovoltaic panels are recyclable for more than 90%. So of course, they have a problem of the resources, but if we produce from now on just products that can be recyclable, this is a good idea, a good thing. So I think that the technologies are available. We have to implement them.
Okay. She always talks about energy. It's 3 days we are together, and it's quite boring, but she is really competent, I've seen. There is not only you've seen that energy is the more demanding part, but I'm an agronomist, and you'll see that also agriculture has its impact. But I think anyone wants to do the work with the cows. We have the machinery, there is. They have an impact, and we have to optimize them, but we need it. I want to return to the discussion of the needs. We have some needs, and we have found some way to optimize that needs in the last century, and I think it's not useful to turn back, and also to return into the energy theme. Our need, for example, in transport, our needs is to be able to move around, to have a social life, to meet other people, to collaborate, to do some interdisciplinary meeting like this, but we have the right to move, not the right to have a car. So we have to rethink part, but in a way that our needs and the development will increase with the Green Deal, with the green growth. Thanks.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you, Lorenzo. Team Degrowth, you have 5 minutes, and then we can go to Q&A. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Maybe the thing is like with energy, when we speak about energy and we have the scope of life cycle assessment, we will see that the minerals required as the last presentation for these kind of technologies depends of the mining. One of the activities with most impact, talking about the energy consumption and the rest. The political situation is other thing. The thing is like to move. Obviously, we have the technology, but the problem is that it's to reach that level of energy renewable will take time. And the difference between the growth is we are thinking in more complex system, not just the growing, not just slow down the GDP, also not just slow down, the emissions, taking in account the GDP, but also the social benefits. Because when we speak about the energy, we have to consider the thing is like we want a society for the person, for the people, or we want to be the next company. The solution in the company, the successful, are not so much. That's why we saw movies like Don't Look Up. So we are decision makers, and we have to think if we want to be the next Leonardo DiCaprio, or we want to increase our benefits social. Thank you.
Very good, Diego. I really support what did you said, and I want to just point out a point very crucial that Lorenzo raised, that this is the question of needs. We want also this. As degrow, we conceive that we have a metabolism that right now is in panic. We have an illness, and we want just to downscale, to shrink the actual overconsumption that we have right now in global north to have an equal access in terms of resources, technologies, and basic needs, a good life for all, as André Gortz said. So it's just a matter of changing the overall values and mechanisms that we have. We have seen that the invisible hand of market cannot allocate these benefits and resources in a proper way. So why we cannot try to conceive a new strategy that will be more democratic, more decentralized toward the real community needs? Because right now we are seeing that the market value is not the use value. So we are living in a really crazy economy that really is detached, yes, and conclusive from the actual need of the population. So let's try maybe to think together, to try to not have these maybe controversies, but use what we have, technology, knowledge, but also trying to think through deliberation, through social power, through a new season of really participation of people in engaging this challenge, because a good life for all is possible. So let's cure this illness and then try to think what we could have after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big thanks to my colleagues for the great effort they did. Big applause to them, of course. So we might consider some of your questions, of course. Maybe starting with a question. The second one, focusing on CO2 versus GDP, oversimplifies environment impacts of prioritizing economic growth. Did you consider impact of green technology on mineral consumption and or biodiversity? Who's willing to answer, please?
Yes, of course, green tech, the points that they pointed out are very important, of course. The fact is that if we are increasing the population, we are still 8 billion, but we will be more, so the needs will have to be satisfied. And for now, the green technology actually are improving every year in an incredibly manner. So if you want to see the efficiency of PV panel are incredible, and they are also recyclable. I think just to add that, of course, it's better, it's good if you degrow also, and if you reduce and change our life. But we cannot ask people to change their life if we don't rethink completely the system. And rethinking the system will actually increase also the economy. So just this, of course, it's important to take into consideration in a manner.
Okay, I will take the next one. That can we just support the decrease of overconsumption at the same time develop strategies for the green growth? Yeah, actually, for the time we don't explain that, but the proposal is to change the model of growing to a decreased model with the support of green technologies, not in the in the opposite side, because there is a controlled plan to decrease only some markets, we can say, I said markets probably is not the word, but some areas. But we still need education. We will still need technology or something like that. So instead, we produce incomes that we will not use and change the model to planning obsolescence or something like that. We have to consider that we will move that developing of technology to other areas. So necessities we will have, and green technologies, of course, are necessary to that. But not the main reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the panel. We're going to take another 2 comments, and then I'm curious to know your votes right now. So we do need our economy to grow more to fulfill the needs of 8 billion people. We need better, and it's gone. Okay. We need better global distribution of goods and food. We have another question, or just a comment. Indeed, the very act of green consumption still fuels the extraction and use of natural resources, pollution and environmental degradation. So I invite you all to reopen your applications. Yes, please. Of course, I can pass you the mic.
Hi, my question and observation is about the degrowth, because I think that it wasn't taking consideration a big element in the emissions of pollutants and the CO2, which is the oceans, because the life cycles of water let it be that the ocean right now are a sink for CO2. But in the near future, because the life cycle is of something like a century, it will start to re-emit a lot of the carbon, all the pollutants that it has absorbed. And we know that the rate of absorption is something like the 70% of the emission. So this is my question, and how the growth can combat this new emission that is outside of our emission, what we effectively do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea?
May I?
Of course.
So thank you so much for your interesting question. I would like to come back to this point. So degrowth scholars and narrative is not against technology like that. So for example, we know that we have to reframe, in my opinion, as Ivan Illich was claimed during the 75. The question is how we frame our relation with technology. In that case, technology can be used, and we are not against that, for the social and overall well-being of the global area. But for example, think about renewable energy that right now is, if it's not well managed and conceived, can also lead, for example, to enclosure, to dispossession to many communities. So it's how we frame the technology use and which kind of values we apply around technology. So we are not have to pursue technology for the holistic of addressing our propensity to growth. No, we need technology to the overall well-being of society, so it will be welcome, the knowledge increase, the exchange, and the technology that can lead us to better conceive a global justice, a global well-being for all. So we accept that vision, let's say like that.
No, just to add, like, anyway, the thing in the growth to reduce the emissions is reduce the necessity to consume energy and mass, no? So if we consider that the oceans have already other problem that is acidification caused by the the incomes of CO2, so we have to understand that we will probably not back at the same levels because it's a thermodynamic system, it's irreversible. So, but anyway, we will try to control the fluxes between entropy. So probably if we are saying that we will try to grow to reach the objectives of decarbonization.
Thank you. We're gonna sum up and invite our audience to continue the vote. So I invite you everybody to open your phones and please tell us what you think. Okay, 1 second. You can give it a second try. Okay, wow. Bravo. Congratulations, Andrea. Congratulations, Diego. I would like to thank also Giulia and Lorenzo for their efforts. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I would also invite them for a picture if they want.
Come here.
Of course. Thank you, everybody.
By how you manage this beautiful debate. Thank you, Hiba, Giulia, Lorenzo, Diego, and Andrea. Thank you very much. Come here, come here. It was really a great debate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that's all, I think. That's all. And it has been a very long day, dense of scientific seminar discussions. But the most important thing is actually with these, we wanted to give a very warm, a scientific welcome to the new PhD candidates. So what is the last words? Just have a great beginning of this new adventure with us, PhD SDC. So, hello, bye to everybody.
Can I just? No?
Yeah?
Can I say something? I really want to... It's open or not?
Yeah.
Okay. I really just want to tell you something. It was so fun, you know. I really thank you them for collaborating. And where we were working, me and Diego is an engineer, no? It was so funny where we were going deep into these topics, and he told me, okay, I'm an engineer, no? For me, it was only my mission was to let the machine works, no? I need to create the system good, go into deep in it, and solve the machine problem, let's say. But now I'm starting to think critical, and after a while it was really more social than me. So I think this is this sketch is to say that I think the real seed of the PhD SDC is that, no? This contamination of knowledge or trying to debate also during the dinner and so on. So I really would like to thank you all for this opportunity to increase our knowledge and grow together in a good way.
Thank you, bye. Bye. Grazie, bravissimi.